spread, the MPRB has added options for comments to be submitted for its public meetings and hearings, and as well as having our online call-in options for both the public hearing tonight and for open time. In addition, most commissioners will call in, and the meeting will be viewable via live webcast and TV options. The video is also posted on the website about 2 days after the meeting. With that, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Here.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Hassan.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
I need to just get my screen a little bit bigger. 1 second. Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Got it. Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
President Cogill.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on approving the agenda? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on approving the agenda.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you. The agenda carries. I'll ask for now approval of the minutes from Wednesday, September the 16th, 2020.
So moved. Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on approving the minutes from September the 16th? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you. The minutes carry. Moving on to our reports of officers, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Bangora for an update on the park system. Superintendent?
Thank you, President Cogill and Commissioners. It's good to see everybody. I'll give it one quick second here to get this up. Looks like I'm beginning with a report of officers specifically around our athletics, aquatics, and ice arenas. So to begin with, we'll start with, and then after this, if time allows, of course, we will then give a report around our refuge space and people currently experiencing homelessness. But we'll get through first some of these really great highlights. So ice arenas, open skating and open hockey. We're excited to open these programs back to the public in 2020. Programs started October 5th and were developed under the new COVID-19 rules. Northeast Ice Arena opened on September 14th. Ice making to the depth of 1.5 inches took 28 hose floods and 52 Zamboni floods. It's kind of interesting fact. So pretty cool. So it's great to see ice arenas beginning the season. Athletic facility permits. High school soccer have started and are being played at Neiman, Parade, and Elliott Fields. MPRB will be hosting the University of Minnesota Club lacrosse this fall at our MPRB Turf Premium Fields. Augsburg Baseball, North Central University, and the University of Minnesota club teams have all begun college fall seasons at MPRB facilities, which is Parade, our NEAF, or Neiman, Stan Sison, and Van Cleve. Adult sports. Adult fall softball wrapped up season 1 with 81 adult softball teams. Fall season 2 is off to a great start with 72 teams playing nightly across the city. Adult fall soccer has 32 teams playing in all of our fall adult soccer leagues. Soccer wraps up with playoffs the week of October 20th. Youth sports. Flag football and soccer started September 19th and are off to a great start with over 45 flag football teams and 132 soccer teams. Cycling. Through the Federal CARES Act funding, we are offering a new bike adventure program this fall at Northeast and Bryn Mawr Parks. This week's 6 adventures started September 29th. Will teach youth bike safety, bike maintenance, and riding skills. Each week, kids will lead on different trails and routes throughout the park system. Youth who attend all sessions can earn a new bike. Amazing. Golf. Golf continues to operate with a high demand and volume of customers. At the end of September, golf is about 50,000 rounds ahead of the 2019 pace. And with good weather in the forecast, we are hoping for a banner October. Recreation center programs. Recreation centers are currently offering up to or over 450 fall programs with over 3,500 youth registered in those programs. Staff continue to work on additional offerings. And if you look there, you'll see a heat map, which is very exciting. I love this because it really shows where all of the programs are occurring throughout the city. So there's 928 individual instances of programs this week, 29 adult, 47 intergenerational, plus 1 special event, which is the drive-in movie on Friday, 5 senior programs, and 845 youth programs. And so the heat map, again, gives a really good perspective of all the programs that we're doing throughout the system. And it's a way, again, that we're looking at data and analytics that I'm very excited about, and we're tracking the work that we're doing across our park system. So we'll have more of this information to come along with data and analytics around our programs. A great job to recreation and operations. Rec Plus children participated in over 1,000 paper crane projects, which originates in Japan, where it is a very old legend that says that if you make 1,000 origami cranes, a wish will be granted and you will be received good luck and good health. The children were very excited to make cranes and made them during quiet time this past summer. They love they love the finished cranes and how they look at all of the recreation centers with Rec Plus. They should have a lot of good luck and good health, that's for sure. Youth Line. Staff will participate in professional development opportunities facilitated by Playworks Power of Play, focused on strategies for engaging, supporting, and developing rapport with youth. Youth Line will also begin theme-based unit focused on leadership, entrepreneurism, and career exploration in November. Full service community schools. Bethune is offering an additional supply pickup for families. Supplies include many of the materials, tools, and kits needed to support distance learning. Supply pickups began last week and will continue until Friday, October 9th. Bethune launched its Bethune Family Challenge this week. Every month, families will have an opportunity to take on a challenge or activity that they can do together. All necessary challenge supplies and instructions are sent out to families and the start of the month. October challenge is virtual backdrop creation. Families can help their children create a unique backdrop to use during distance learning. This is a way students to get creative, show off their artwork, and share fun facts about themselves and their families. And that's a great example in the back, in the picture there, of the work that they're doing at Bethune. Great work. Customer service, music, and movies. The Minneapolis Parks events team is wrapping up a successful music and movies season, combining recorded virtual concerts and drive-in style movies. In a typical summer, Minneapolis would be busy with more than probably 250 live concerts and 75 plus free movies. This year, with COVID-19 concerns, more than 25 concerts were recorded in a Minneapolis Parkwood room by sound techs, and they shared via the MPRB website. Local artists were able to showcase their work and perform live to create the performances. 10 sold-out drive-in movies were held at Bohemian Flats and Theater Worth, partnering with the Urban League, Star and Tribune, City Pages, and North Star Rowing to bring movies to a wide range of audiences. In addition, all movie attendees received complimentary movie treats as part of a generous sponsorship from KLN Brands. The Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board has decided to go virtual with the Oanami Festival Water Festival event. The event has typically taken place the last Saturday of July, over the first Saturday in August, over the past 7 years. The event has grown in popularity over the years with over 3,000 people in attendance in 2019. With the popularity of the events continuing to grow and the event expanding each year, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board sees the importance of continuing to recognize and celebrate Indigenous Minnesota culture with virtual programming. The MPRB has pinpointed the month of November, which is Native American Heritage Month, to turn the Oanani Falling Water Festival event into the month of virtual programming. During the month of November, we will offer opportunities for people to continue to learn about Dakota and Indigenous culture, share Dakota American Indian culture with the broader Minneapolis community, and make the Indigenous cultures more visible. The virtual festival will include educational recordings of guided tours through exhibits and art, demonstrations, music performances, and presentations will all be a part of the virtual event. The MPRB, along with our event partners, Native American Community Development Institute, Minnesota Historical Society, and the Minneapolis Institute of Arts, are excited to bring this culture event to the community. Forestry Department. The Forestry Department with the Minnesota Center for Soka Gake, I'm butchering that, I'm sure, International USA, to plant 20 flowering cherry trees at Loring Park. SGI USA is the most diverse Buddhist community in the United States and embraces the interconnectedness of self and the environment. The cherry trees were planted to celebrate the 60th anniversary of World Peace Day. Asset management. MPRB would like to recognize and send special thanks to Natasha Alexander, seasonal MEO, and Jody Washington at the North Mississippi Parkkeeper. On September 23rd, Natasha noticed smoke coming from the North Mississippi Regional Park Maintenance Shelter and saw Parkkeeper Jody Washington running toward the shelter. Natasha quickly grabbed the fire extinguisher and from the load and pack and used it to extinguish the fire. Natasha and Jody's quick actions helped slow down the fire until the Minneapolis Fire Department arrived. And unfortunately, I think the pictures don't show the two of them and also the building, but I would like to say a special thanks to those two for their, for them being there, for them being present, and their quick response to actually save our building. So congratulations and thank you so much for your work and for your attentiveness to the park. In other park maintenance news, two of our park keepers, Molly Hillebrand and Leslie Barrow, rescued an owl tangled in a soccer net at Lake Nokomis. Armed with a pair of scissors and steel nerves, They managed to get the owl untangled and watch it fly away. All part of a day's work for our maintenance team. So just a little congratulations on that, and it's wonderful to see the owl. Thank you. Owl flying away. Amazing. Horticulture. September being a big project month for the horticulture team. Despite staffing shortages, the team tackled some big projects. The Minneapolis Sculpture Garden, the horticulture team has been focusing on all season on turf care in order to continue to move away from herbicide use and weed control. This has included hand weeding that no-mow areas along Vineland Place across from the Walker Art Center. While extremely time-consuming, the staff continues to see positive results being anticipated, but anticipate it will take several years to achieve the results without herbicide use. Staff remain committed to that goal, and staffing levels allow the work to continue. Congratulations on that. That's fantastic to hear. Lindell Park Peace Garden. The rain garden located in the center of the Peace Garden frequently floods. To increase the rain garden's capacity to hold runoff water, staff dredged the garden. This project will continue into the spring of 2021 when plantings can be reintroduced. Environmental management, the Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden and Bird Sanctuary season ends soon. The 113th Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden and Bird Sanctuary season is ending. The garden will close for weekday visitors on Thursday, October 15th. The garden will open for the remaining weekends in October 17th, 18th, 24th, 25th, and 31st, from 9:00 a.m. to 6:00 p.m. In response to the pandemic, the garden paths were changed to one-way paths and visitor shelters were closed. Staff greeted all visitors at the front gate and staggered entrances to the garden. The garden averaged 175 visitors a day. New virtual programs were offered weekly, including story time and garden tours. This was so successful, we plan to offer them again in 2021. Congratulations, and wonderfully done in a beautiful place. And so great work by our staff there. The J.D. Rivers Children's Garden. It has been a tremendous growing season at the J.D. Rivers Children's Garden this season, with a recent bumper crop of tomatoes thanks to our hoop house. Produce not sold as part of the youth garden market is donated to local food shelves. This year, more than 700 pounds of produce have been donated to these 3 food shelves: Food Not Bombs Minneapolis, Augsburg Campus Kitchen, and the North Point Food Shelf. Just last week, we received a nice note from North Point. They were very appreciative of the fresh vegetables that we provided. And as attached, you'll see this wonderful note that came from North Point. Very, very proud of our youth and J.D. Rivers. Absolutely amazing. 700 pounds of vegetables. This is phenomenal. Planning. Memorial to survivors of sexual violence. I'm so pleased with this. The public art memorial space located at Boom Island Park was proposed by the nonprofit company Break the Silence and was approved by the board in 2017. More than 1,000 individuals and organizers donated to fundraising efforts to make this memorial a reality. Planning staff have partnered with Break the Silence to design and construct the memorial, which includes a circle of benches surrounding a small gathering space, new trees and landscaping, and 3 monuments with mosaic art by local artist Lori Green. The memorial depicts 2 prominent metaphors: mosaic and a ripple effect. The mosaic represents that even broken pieces can be put together to create something whole and beautiful. The ripple effect represents the multiplying power of breaking the silence. By telling our stories, we unconsciously give others, survivors, permission to tell theirs. The dedication has been filmed and can be streamed publicly via Facebook Live this Saturday, October 10th at 10:00 a.m. The pictures below, or that you're watching, are from the actual filming of the dedication, clearly depict the mosaics and the ripple effect exhibited. Learn more at www.survivorsmemorial.org. So proud of this. I had the pleasure of being there and can't express what an amazing moment it was. And please go to the live event, or the live posting on this Saturday, October 10th at 10 o'clock a.m. It was beautiful, and we are so privileged to be a part of this, in our park system being the first in the country. It was just amazing and powerful. And of course, the amazing Sarah Super and her team. They're just incredible. With that, I'm going to turn this over real quickly over to Tyrese, Assistant Superintendent Tyrese Cox, for a quick presentation here on recreation programming.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Commissioners. I know I only have a couple of minutes before open time, so I just wanted to give you a quick update on recreation programs, more specifically youth sports. Next slide, please. So I would imagine over the past few weeks, some of you have been hearing from residents about youth sports and what we are offering and what we are not, specifically around what has been made available through the Minnesota State High School League. So I just kind of want to let you know how we get to decision and what this all means for us. So while we as an organization take guidance from the Minnesota High School League, we get training from them, we follow their rules and policies. They are not our programming authority, so they don't have jurisdiction over what we do and do not offer. I would also like to note that when the high school league made tackle football available, it was like 45 days later after they had said, that it couldn't happen. So we went ahead with flag football because we heard from our community saying that we wanted kids to play. And so we offered what we could at the time. We've since heard from many community members asking if we could kind of turn that around and now at this juncture offer tackle. And we have chosen to not do that because it would be so disruptive to the kids who are already playing flag. So I want to give you a sense of what's happening in flag. We've got 45 teams playing right now, and that's an increase of about 6 teams across the city from 2019. And that's kids 5 and 18 playing. We are also offering soccer, and you see those numbers there as well. And excuse me, we chose not to offer volleyball. Those are all very high contact sports, and we went into this saying, what can we do to create opportunities for kids, but also be extremely, extremely mindful of health, both of the kids and staff. Next slide, please. So the Minnesota High School League has made their winter sports decision, and those winter sports will be basketball, hockey, and wrestling. Again, wrestling is extremely high contact, and so what we'll do in our decision making, we will continue to monitor COVID and its movement as we have been since the very top of the pandemic. And we will make decisions as early as we can, whether we are going to be in alignment with the high school league or whether we'll continue with our traditional programs the way we've done all along. Part of our decision making will be, what are the social distancing limitations? Can we do that in our given facilities? What additional equipment or safety requirements will exist? And can environmental stewardship capacity manage all of the additional cleaning that will be required as we consider any of these new sports? And as I mentioned before, at the very top of our decision making is the safety of participants, families, and staff. So I wanted to give that information to you as I said, you may have heard from some of the community members about wanting to kind of change course direction and offer flag football or some other sports, but I wanted you to know how we got to decision and how we will continue to keep safety at the forefront. Thank you.
Commissioner Forney had a question. I'll maybe pause there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Forney's question, was to Tyrese.
Thank you, Commissioner Caldwell. Yes, I was wondering, I did get an inquiry today about swimming at Phillips I was told that only youth swimming. Is there any possibility that adult will be added on, or did I hear incorrectly?
Commissioner Forney, so I think I've tried to articulate in all of my presentations that as we go on, we want to consider what we can safely offer. We have, as an organization, committed to ensuring that young people have positive things to do, and so that's where we've prioritized our time and efforts. We will continue to think about what can we offer for the adults. And at this moment, that it isn't possible for us at this moment. The Phillips Pool requires a significant amount of cleaning to ensure that we aren't causing any cross-contamination or exposure. And so right now we are maintaining just the youth swimming. So please stand by. I wish I could give you a more definitive answer at this moment, but right now we are focused on young people swimming.
Thank you. I kind of told that to the constituent, but thank you for constantly adapting, all of you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, President Cogill. I understand that the State High School League does not have authority over what we do, but I think a lot of constituents in North Minneapolis felt there was a lot of confusion because, from my understanding, we decided not to have tackle football and volleyball because the State High School League decided that they weren't going to have tackle or football or volleyball. And with that, there was just, I think we created a lot of confusion. I would ask in the future that we respond much quicker to communities, particularly in North Minneapolis, when they're reaching out, asking for explanations. I'm in full support of the decisions that we have made. I think we have made good decisions, but I think that some of the communication was lost. And I believe as an elected official, one of the easiest things that we can do is communicate with our constituents. So that will be my ask as we move forward when we not just talk about athletics, but everything.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Cox. At this time, it's just about 5:30, so I will start the process of going into open time, and then Superintendent, we can come back to you for your update on encampments.
Thank you, President Cogill.
So the time being just about 5:30, this is open time. I don't believe, as I've checked with Secretary, we have anybody here at headquarters to speak, but we do have 4 individuals signed up to speak remotely at open time here at 5:30. This is our opportunity to hear from the public, and we ask the public to speak on any subject that they wish. We just don't tolerate any discriminatory or harassing language or any comments on subjects that have to do with pending litigation. With that, I will start the process here with the 4 folks that we do have signed up. I'm going to allocate each individual 2 minutes to speak. And then once we're done with the 4 call-in members who've signed up, we do have a few written comments that I will have the Secretary read. So our first speaker is Eric Anderson. Is Eric on the line?
Yes, he is.
All right, Eric, if you would like to unmute yourself and you may state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This is Eric Anderson, and I'm here this evening as a member of the Neighborhood Revitalization Program Committee of the East Isles Residents Association, and I'm here, I believe, speaking next along with our committee chair, Mike Erlinson, to help reacquaint you with a project that you had previously authorized as a board, and ask for your assistance in helping our neighborhood organizations see it through to completion. The project that had been authorized was at Joan R. Levin Park, located at West 26th Street and Irving Avenue South in the East Isles neighborhood. It's a 0.3-acre triangle containing a playground. And in recent years, the tree that had provided shade in the park came down, and neighbors have expressed an interest in a structure to provide some shade there in the park, which is now entirely exposed to the sun and the elements. And after communication with board staff and the East Isles Residents Association had offered $25,000 from our neighborhood revitalization program funds to help move this shade structure along. And the agreement that was entered into authorizing these funds for the park expired at the end of the year. And I believe there was also an understanding that we would contribute up to an additional $15,000 if needed. And in July 2019, this board voted in Resolution 2019-251 to authorize the remaining funds necessary for the project, $40,000 from park dedication funds for our neighborhood. And in fall 2019, Park Board staff issued a request for qualifications for the project, but regrettably, there's not been further progress in selecting a contractor to keep things going. So that kind of concludes the background I was hoping to provide, and appreciate the time for listening to me this evening and the work of park staff and city staff to help get us to this point. And I would end my remarks and turn things over to Mike if he's able to be recognized next.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Our next speaker is Mike Erlandson. Is Mike on the line?
Yes, he is.
Fantastic. Mike, if you would be so kind as to unmute yourself, and if you state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll try one more time. Is Mike Erlandson on the line here?
Yes, I am. I couldn't hear anything on the other end.
Fantastic.
So
Mike, it's all good. Thank you for being on. You may go ahead. You have 2 minutes to address the board. If you'd like to state your name and your address at first, that would be great.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Mike Erlandson, 2809 East Lake of the Isles Parkway, Minneapolis. Member of or chair of the NRP committee in East Isles neighborhood and former member of the East Isles Residents Association. As my colleague Eric just laid out, we are just trying to do our part in the neighborhood to get the Joanne Living, or Triangle Park as it's called affectionately, in the East Isles neighborhood back on track. Certainly the NRP committee members, neighborhood committee members, and the board would be interested in doing what we can to further the process with the RFQ that Michael Schroeder visited with the East Isles Residents Association board about over a year ago. It had been our hopes initially, as Eric laid out, that this project would be well underway by the summer of 2020. Obviously, 2020 has been a year of great uncertainty for our country, the nation, the world, and the park board has had a lot of other things on your plate. We understand that, and we appreciate the street closures that took place around our neighborhood and the parkways as well. But we just want to offer, if we can help take on some more leadership of this project, perhaps do the neighborhood meetings for the park board, engage the people that live around the park, help evaluate any proposals or get the RFQ further sent out. We would love to do that as part of a neighborhood group to see what we can do to facilitate this structure being put in place, hopefully by the summer of 2021. So
Thank
I'll
you.
close by just saying that we hope that we hear additional follow-up from the park board staff on how we can be supportive and helpful going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Erlandson, and thank you also to Mr. Anderson. I will have acting Deputy Superintendent Arvinson reach out to you regarding that project. Our next speaker is Hildy Gasirowicz. I hope I got that correct. Hildy, is Hildy on the line?
Yes.
Fantastic. If we could get her set up and unmuted. Hildy, if you'd like to state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello?
Hello, Hildy.
I'm sorry. Okay, so this is Kathy. Wait, sorry, this is Kathy, her daughter. And Mom, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear my mom as well?
Yes.
Hildy, can you?
Hello,
Okay,
can
great.
you hear me?
Yes, so I'm going to turn it over to my mom, who's going to speak on behalf.
What is my address?
Oh, okay, her address is 825 Summit Avenue.
I don't know the zip.
Yes, 1306, Minneapolis, 55403.
Thank you. Go ahead, Hildy. You have 2 minutes.
To do what?
To talk about Lowry Park.
Oh, to talk about the park. Well, It is a lovely park. It is perfect for, I live in a senior housing project, not even 1 block away. It is absolutely perfect for us. We have people in wheelchairs and people with walkers and all kinds of assistance, and they can all get there. And then there are enough benches. There is always room for somebody to sit down on a bench. I miss the water. I think we all do. When I first moved here, there was running water, but eventually I think there probably will be again. And it is just a very friendly park. I've never seen any altercations there, but lots of people come over with their picnic dinners and their picnic lunches and probably their picnic breakfast and spread blankets on the grass, and it's kind of inviting to the neighborhood. It's really a lovely park.
Mom, maybe you can state your age and then also like what the park has meant to you, especially since the pandemic.
Okay. Well, my age is 89, and the park is very, very accessible for me. It's just a block away. I have to cross 2 streets, and I'm there. 1 long block and 2 streets with cars, and even if I just want to take a short walk, I can go through the park, I can go around the park. I enjoy looking at the houses on both sides of the park. I've never had any difficulties with anybody in the park, and I love the people bring their dogs, sometimes their cats, and everybody is very, very friendly in this park. I've just never had anything but delightful experiences there. Now, what can I say?
And you also contributed to the gardening a little bit. Okay.
Oh yes, well I do that. I'll take the dead hydrangeas and dispose of it. Huh?
Is that our time is up?
Yeah, we're just about ending if Hildy wants to wrap.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hildy.
Okay.
Thank
My
you very
pleasure.
much.
Bye-bye.
Have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, Mom, we can hang up now.
That was okay? Yeah.
That was perfect. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Our next speaker is Steve Shedevy. Is Steve on the line?
Yes.
Great. Steve, Steve, if you would be so kind as to unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Try one more time. Steve, are you on the line? Looking like we have lost him. We will try again with Steve. I'll move on here to our written comments. I'll have the secretary read those. I don't know if I have the list. Secretary Ringgold, would you be able to read the comments? I don't know if I have a list here.
Most certainly. The first one is from Constance Pepin. Dear Commissioners, I request that you join the growing number of organizations and agencies that ritually recognize the Indigenous people upon whose homeland our Minneapolis park system exists. For example, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board respectfully acknowledges that we are on the sacred traditional land of the Dakota people and honor with gratitude the land itself and the Dakota, Ojibwe, and other Indigenous people in Minneapolis who have stewarded this land throughout the generations. It's about getting people to think critically about where they stand, said Wayne Dutchno, the second executive director of Native Governance Center. The St. Paul nonprofit recently published a guide to creating a respectful, accurate land acknowledgement, and the link is provided. The second speaker is Elizabeth Byer. I'm a parent of a Hope Academy student, and I live in North Minneapolis. Our school serves under-resourced students and their families. Our school community wants to be good neighbors to our location, and we care about the well-being of the folks who are currently camped at PV Park. We know these folks need long-term solutions to the host of challenges that bring them to the homelessness. And we also are troubled to see that the encampment at this park has been a site for gunfire, violent assault, and other safety problems in recent weeks. This park is immediately adjacent to our school, and many students at our park need to walk in and around the school to get to and from it each day. I know the board has served a notice to vacate, but the encampment remains. Our kids need to be safe and able to walk to school next week, and this encampment is hazardous to our students, the neighbors around PV Park, and the people camping there. I'm asking that the encampment and protesters be relocated in a peaceful manner and that respects the dignity of people experiencing homelessness and supports the safety of the park for Hope Academy students and the entire community. The next one is Courtney Sanders. I am writing about the Park Board encampments and PV Park specifically. The Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board released Resolution 2020-267 about the encampments and provided the link to that location. You stated that the MPRB would follow state law and not allow encampments near schools and school safe zones. Resolve that the MPRB directs staff to analyze parks for their capacity to support encampments while preserving safe, comfortable access to recreation features for park visitors, and to conform to state law regarding the proximity of encampments to school safe zones and to not locate encampments near those school zones, and to communicate publicly those parks so designated as capable of accommodating encampments, also known as refuge sites. Why is there still an encampment at PV Park? Please immediately announce the plan for ending this encampment to the public. Follow your resolution. You have children, students, parents, administrators from school and community members requesting and at MPRB meetings, asking that this encampment be closed, and yet you continue not to act, putting students' lives and safety at risk. There have been shootings, deaths, overdose, and criminal activity in this park. What is the problem? Make a plan, act, lead. Announce a plan now, quit spinning your wheels, and follow your resolution. You created disarray, now fix this. Also, the park board has shown a complete lack of competence and should be fully disbanded. The city of Minneapolis does not need to be wasting city taxpayer dollars paying individuals to sit on a board to act in a way that is incompetent, lacks any sort of leadership or ability to take ownership for their actions, or individuals who do not understand that decisions need to be made based on critical thinking, evidence-based research, community engagement, and public safety. Please drop the Park Board of Commissioners and replace it with a volunteer advisory board. We
have our in-person speaker here, or our call-in speaker here, I think, back on. So I'm going to try again with Steve Shedevy. Is Steve on?
It shows he's on. Should I unmute his speaker for him?
Yes. Steve, are you on the call?
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Hello, Steve. Yes, I can. Steve, if you would state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I'm having problems with the mute. My name is Steve Shedevy. I live at 4305 Beard Avenue South in the Linden Hills area. Thanks for the time. I'm here to speak on behalf of the sport of pickleball, which is the fastest growing sport in the world right now. It cuts across all age demographics. It is particularly very strong and growing in the age of 60 plus in the baby boomers, where there's about 68 to 70% of all players are over the age of 60. But you also see it being played by all ages. I'm a very avid participant in the Minneapolis area in a lot of different sports, and it just seems to me that there's a significant lacking of pickleball courts in Minneapolis. In fact, I mean, I'm really not aware of any in the city of Minneapolis. And in doing some further research, I noticed, I was very surprised to see that St. Paul is actually number 2 in the country in terms of most pickleball courts per 100,000 residents. And would certainly like to see Minneapolis follow that lead or ultimately overtake that lead. I play on a very regular basis with a lot of other friends in different groups. And where we end up playing is in all of the surrounding suburbs that have built a lot of new pickleball courts. St. Louis Park, Minnetonka, Richfield, everywhere surrounding the Minneapolis area, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like we have any courts in the Minneapolis area. And with all the new development we're looking at in throughout the parks, I was hoping that there'd be some areas where we could start to install some pickleball courts in. I've seen a number of different tennis courts throughout different parks that are in, not being used and are in grave need of repair, and they'd be excellent areas to put pickleball courts in. A pickleball court is much smaller than tennis courts, so you can put more of them in a confined area.
Steve, if you could wrap up your comments, please.
Yes, I could.
Thank you.
Over the last couple of years, I've been very impressed with the improvements and the added biking trails that have done in Minneapolis. I'd love to see pickleball kind of take some of that same trend and develop that so we can keep everybody in our community, in our neighborhoods playing pickleball.
Thank you, Steve. Much appreciated. That concludes our commenters for this evening. And I will turn it back over to the superintendent for his continuation of his update.
Thank you, President Cogill and commissioners. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on park refuge spaces and temporary encampments for people experiencing homelessness. And as we've done really since July, or mid-June, I should say, I and of course other staff will provide the information on a variety of topics related to encampments. So next slide, please. So staff continue to work to implement Resolution 2020-267, which was unanimously approved by the board in mid-July. As of today, there are 256 tents at 15 park sites, down from 347 tents at 22 park sites at the last board meeting on September 16th. Routine maintenance, support, and services of portable restrooms and hygiene stations continue, and regular outreach and engagement at each permitted site remains a priority. We know that sheltering homeless people in Minneapolis parks is not a safe, proper, or dignified form of housing, and is, at best, a temporary solution for encampment individuals before cold weather arrives. Outreach these last few months have been critical. Park outreach staff have engaged permit holders and those living in permitted sites on a variety of topics, services, and permit processes, including cold weather processes. We have learned through the outreach that most permit holders and encampment residents have self-selected dates for leaving the parks before the end of October. The bracket encampment permit holder successfully moved those living in the park to shelters and other services by services on October 1st. We have also learned that other community plans for assisting in those park encampments. There is a community effort to purchase a building to provide shelter for those at the Harriet encampment. And there was recently a neighborhood-led shelter and housing resource event at the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. encampment. Despite these efforts, the two questions we continue to receive from the community is there a deadline for people and encampments to be out of parks? And what is our strategy for encampments when it turns colder? So to the first question, is there a deadline for people and encampments to be out of parks? The Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board has not yet set a specific deadline. We have since mid-July consistently acknowledged that temporary encampments and parks will not continue into cold weather. We have also openly acknowledged that at some point, overnight temperatures drop to the point of posing health and safety risks, including hypothermia, and that based on weather forecasts and historic weather patterns, we believe that will occur sometime in October. In addition, our ordinance prohibits open fires or the use of propane as a fuel for fire in parks. Allowing the use of fuels for fire or to create warmth poses great risk for encampment persons and for our park assets. Our outreach staff have been in communications with, are communicating this information to permit holders and individuals living in park encampments. To the question, what is the Minneapolis Park Recreation Board strategy for encampments as the weather turns colder? Park outreach staff are in regular conversations with those in park encampments to make sure that they know what our processes are and to discuss the cold weather plans. Those living in our parks know we will not be issuing permits once the weather turns cold. And encampment permits expire and weather turns cold or conditions become otherwise unsafe, we will not extend permits. If needed, We will issue vacate notices, although we hope that this will not be needed. At this time, almost all our encampment permit holders and the communities that they are supporting them have already made their own decisions and plans to move out of our parks by mid to late October. We'll also continue to work with our city, county, and state and local nonprofit partners and volunteers who serve the homeless community. They're working hard to find solutions and places for unsheltered people in the city, including our parks. Last week, Hennepin County approved acquisition of 2 properties, and we are aware that volunteer groups are stepping forward to purchase and or fund winter services and places in the community. Last week, the Lieutenant Governor also shared that she and the governor continue working to provide relief and assistance to keep people safe through this upcoming winter, including Minnesotans experiencing homelessness. As of last week, there remained $22 million in state grant funding available for qualified providers supporting people experiencing homelessness directly. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to Deputy Superintendent Jennifer Ringgold for an update on permits and temporary encampments.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, we will just have a slide on the temporary encampment permit. The number of calls has gone down significantly, so we didn't feel a need to continue to report out that data at this point. So in terms of active permits, we have 13 active permits at the moment, 2 that are no longer active and individuals have moved on to alternative shelter are Brackett Park and Lake Nokomis. So you can see the list of the active permit areas that are on the screen. This week also, due to some of the aspects that the superintendent was mentioning around anticipating cold weather, we began shifting to providing a 1-week versus a 2-week term on our permits. So you may hear individuals talking about that. That's allowing us to continue to assess weather now at a 1-week versus a 2-week increment. And as the superintendent said, we're getting a lot of questions right now. People are wondering, will we honor the permit? Would we be asking people to leave before a permit ends? How much time will individuals get? And so the way that we are looking at this is we're issuing permits in 1-week increments. We will honor that permit. The permit holder will know when we are at a point where we won't be able to issue a new permit. And at that point, if individuals are still there and haven't moved on to other shelter, we will issue a vacate notice, and that would be for at least 1 week. As the superintendent said, there has been a lot of movement in the last week to different shelter options and a tremendous amount of community support with individuals at some of the different encampments. We have started providing information at each of these updates about available shelter vacancies at Hennepin County, and as we always say, these numbers do vary, but the number of today, as of today, is 15 single adult beds for males, 18 single adult beds for females, and 36 family rooms for those who have kids. And now I will hand it over to Assistant Superintendent of Environmental Stewardship, Jeremy Barrick.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. Good evening, President Cogill and Commissioners. I will be brief as well. If you go to the next slide, there's the standard map that we've been using to illustrate the encampments. These are the permanent encampments, and you can see the number of tents and then the support that we've provided. And so at this point, you know, with the permanent encampments, our support becomes the servicing of the BIFs, the trash, and in some of these instances, we've worked with the permit holders to abandon property and to kind of keep things picked up or to provide roll-offs for them to clean up. So if you go to the next slide, there are still 2 non-permanent encampments. The Lake of the Isles, there's about 7 tents. We believe it's an abandoned encampment, and due to access issues, we have to coordinate with our forestry crews to get in to remove remove the debris. And then if you go to the other, the MLK other is a cluster of tents that are outside of the permitted location. And so if we go to the next slide, it's a snapshot of both the permitted and the two non-permitted. And then a couple of things I wanted to highlight here in the next slide is just the great work that our team is doing. And so here's a great picture of our staff and Thad Weber, Jody Washington Jr., Gunther Boone, and Jeff Van Gilder. They continue to help with cleaning up the encampments. This photo is taken in Northeast Minneapolis. Folks have just done an amazing job with giving them the PPE. We've given them training, and so they continue to address these encampments as soon as we can and allow other park users. If you go to the next slide, these are pictures from PV, and this is a shout out to our trade shop and our painters especially. So after PV was demobilized, there was quite a bit of graffiti, and as you can see, they're able to clean that all off and restore it to back. And so a big thank you to the paint shop and all of the folks in asset management who continue to maintain the parks at such a high level. And I believe with that, we turn it over to questions.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Barrick. Are there questions from commissioners for the superintendent or any of the assistant superintendents? Any questions? Any questions? Not seeing
President
any.
I'm sorry, President Cogill, can you just, if there's not a question, just to quickly also say that talking to David Hewitt from Hennepin County and also Don Ryan, that there are 199 what they call board and lodges, rooms available for people right now. They said that 75% of the requests made this week were answered. And so there's still 199 board and lodges. And also I know Hennepin County is coming with the purchase of those properties that are on 57th and Lindale. There's going to be coming online here in November, also close to 60 rooms that will also be available. So there's a lot of hope and hopefully getting folks into these places. So my apology for interrupting. I just wanted to add those numbers that we are sharing that with a lot of our encampment permittees and giving them at least some pathway to places, especially over the cold weather and for shelter. So sorry for my interruption.
Thank you, Superintendent. That was very helpful. That was going to be a question of mine. We have two questions now. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you for the update. So I just wanted to expand on that. Do the numbers that you just gave, do they add up? Will we be able to provide alternative places for people to go for everyone who needs it?
President Cogill, Commissioner Meyer. I don't know exactly. I think we take each step at a time. I know that there's been a lot of effort and as far as getting as many units or housing locations available. The conversation I had with David Hewitt today sounded positive because there's going to be additional locations or shelters that will be coming online. I don't know if it necessarily adds up. I think that if we look at the 200 and 50 some tents that we currently have in our park system, that's just our park system. We also understand that there are locations along the Greenway and other locations across the city and county. So there's still a lot of work to be done. But I do know that the city county is committed to that, the state with the funding and the resources. I know that there's going to be places coming online that will help tremendously. From what I'm hearing from David Hewitt, he says any upwards of 200 units or places will be available for people to come into. But right now, the day-to-day numbers that we're sharing around the 36 family rooms and 18 single for men and 15 single, 18 single female and 18 or 15 single male beds are currently what's available, like right now, if you go to a shelter. So we're working on that, we're working with our partners, and we hope the next, several weeks that we'll be able to get people into shelter and alternative housing. And there's also other options that people are looking at. And there's been a lot of work that's being done by the volunteers and by folks that are finding alternative sources and to get people involved or get them into shelter. So I think there's many different levels of work that's being done, and we're hoping that we can get people into shelter by the end of October.
Thank you. It's encouraging to see the progress on providing more dignified shelter spaces for people. I would just urge you to not issue any notices to vacate for currently permitted encampments unless we can tell people where they should go. So if we have spaces, then that's okay. But if we don't, we should not be removing people. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. Superintendent Bangora, you're giving us numbers and you're having conversations with county staff. How is the information that you're receiving around available housing options being communicated to individuals living in encampments? Are we providing them just with a list of locations? Are we telling them how to access that space? How does that work?
President Cogill, Commissioner Musich, yeah, our staff, our outreach team is literally out there every day, working with each encampment site, and are sharing directly with the permit holder and also the folks that are living in the encampment. So it's being shared across the entire, if there's 15 tents, all 15 encampment residents are given the information about where to go and what resources are available. So whether it's sharing numbers or information to call, or like this information I shared today, that's information that goes out and shared to each encampment site. I think the difference that we have now that we've really worked hard at is this personal contact that we have, that it's Corky Weissman, it's Yang, it's Althegra, it's Elise, it's Abdi, it's the Street Reach team, it's all of the folks who are out there, Don Ryan and everybody that's been out there, and we can name more than that, but that are out there sharing that information with the folks that are in the encampments. And so that's how we've been sharing it, and I think that's what we've been doing, is that personal contact.
Okay,
And,
so it's been one-on-one interactions betwixt our outreach staff and individuals living in the encampments. Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't just leaving pieces of paper somewhere and expecting that everyone has the skills to be able to interpret what we've provided. So that helps a lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate the additional information.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Not seeing any other hands raised. Thank you, Superintendent, for the update and for all the hard work from all the staff to continue to work through this challenging year and adapt to this issue. I am quite impressed. With that, I'd like to move into consent. I want to note that I will be recusing myself from item 7.1. So I will ask for a motion on, I'll separate the items and I'll ask for a motion on resolution 2020-307.
So moved.
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye. Aye.
And I've been, yep, I've heard that. So I will go with voice tonight on that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
And President Cogill recuses himself. So we have 8 ayes and 1 recused.
That carries. Moving on to the other 2 items on consent, I'll have ask for a motion on resolutions 2020-308 through resolution 2020-309.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on these 2 items? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Those 2 resolutions carry. Moving into reports of standing committees, Chair Forney.
Thank you. I'm looking for the, oh, there it is, resolution. Okay, I'd like to, on behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2020-306, a resolution approving a donation agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and Blake School regarding security camera materials and installation at Parade Park parking lot.
Second.
The resolution has been moved. The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Any discussion? Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries unanimously. We have 2 discussion items on the agenda here. The first is pertaining to the Hennepin Youth Sports Grant Program, grant application planning. And I will turn this over, I'm assuming, to planning staff to take this away.
Thank you, President Cogill. Well, it's that time of the year where we think about applying for a Hennepin Youth Sport Program grants. As Jennifer gets the presentation up, I'll just say I'm being joined tonight by Mimi Kalb. She and I, along with other staff, work on looking at the list of projects that we're presenting to you tonight to look at and getting feedback, and then on the final board action item to allow us to apply for particular grants. So I'll just start really quick. Mimi, are you on? Are you able to?
Yes.
Yes, great. Thanks, Mimi. So again, Hennepin Youth Sports Program grants. This is a grant program, next slide, that started in 2009, was really part of the Twin Stadium construction and design construction, and where a certain percentage of the sales of goods and services at the field went to these grants that go to youth sports and youth engagement. Next slide.
So beginning in 2009 through really last year, the park board has received over 30 grants, totaling just about $5 million worth of grants. When you add our funding, capital improvement funding, and others, and our partners' funding, we've been able to complete almost $14 million worth of recreational improvements throughout the city. So this grant program has really helped us over the years. If you think about recent grant awards that this board has been involved in, 2019 and 2020, we received money for Falwell Park tennis courts and athletic field improvements. That work is completed, and those tennis courts and lighting is up and running. We also received money in 2019 for the Morgan Avenue and Loring Park tennis courts. The Morgan Avenue courts are under construction now, will be open in the spring of 2021. And then really exciting, last year receiving money for Elliott Park Skate Park. And we just started construction last week. And that skate park will be open for use next summer. So next slide, please. I just wanted to highlight a couple of projects. And so Mimi, could you just talk a little bit about, well, first, before Mimi talks, I'll just say that, right, with Phillips Aquatic Center, there was several funding sources that were brought together here: state bonding money, park board capital money, as well as Hennepin Youth Sport Program grants. So there were a lot of funding sources that pulled this off. A new teaching pool, which you see here, and then also renovation of a 6-lane existing pool at Phillips Aquatic Center. Mimi, do you have any background about programming that we've had over the last year or so?
Sure. So our 2019 statistics really demonstrate how invaluable this facility has been and the funding that we've received from Hennepin County. We had over 20,000 daily admission participants during like public swim. We had 1,163 swimming lesson participants. And there was 93% of those that were Minneapolis residents, and 260 individuals received scholarships for swimming lessons. We have a junior swim club, which is a pre-course into a more competitive swimming conditioning type course. We had 73 youth in that. We trained 92 individuals in lifeguard training. Our adult master's program had 106 swimmers. We had 372 rentals with 11 different teams or groups using the pool. So it's been utilized from all different aspects, and the community really, really appreciates and enjoys it. And it's been a big benefit for us to have an indoor pool during the school year.
Thanks, Mimi. Next slide, Jennifer. The next project that we just wanted to highlight is just Boston Field. And the reason I talk about this one is just like with what Mimi said about, or with PCC, or Phillips Aquatic Center at PCC, there were many different funding sources that were brought together to construct the pool. Here at Boston, same thing. There were capital dollars that were spent, as well as some of the first NPP 20 money in 2017 that went to really, construct some of the improvements here. This open play field that's not programmed, not lined. It's meant for open use. It serves the underserved community in housing that's just to the east of the park, and then a new basketball court that was put in. So all that was added in phase 1 along with the other improvements. Next slide. So when we look at the criteria on the right, you can see some of the criteria that Hennepin County really that they use to evaluate the proposals that come forward. And really it's that first one where they really want us to think about creating, expanding, improving, new things. And if you think about PCC or Boston, Weber Pool, etc., those are new things and expand services to the urban youth. On our side, if you look on the left side, the top one is really where we try to align our grant applications with existing funding, also looking at our neighborhood metrics. So it's important that we have matching funds to be able to implement the grant funds that if we are fortunate enough to receive, that we can implement the project. And then the last one there, prioritizing one grant application per Hennepin County Commissioner District. So that'll come into play here shortly. So next slide. So in front of you then there are the 7 districts of Hennepin County Commissioners. There are 3 districts that, 2 that span into City of Minneapolis, and then 1 Commissioner Connolly district, District 4, that is wholly within the City of Minneapolis. Just about, I guess she has a little bit of the airport. So we have 3 districts really that we apply for. District 2, Commissioner Fernando, this year we're holding up applications. Her district would go through North Minneapolis and then span into Northeast Minneapolis, and we're holding up because the school board, they didn't apply last year, so they've indicated to us this year they're going to apply for Henry High School track surfacing. So we would not be competing with them. District 3, Commissioner Green, is in the Southwest Service Area, and again, we have later on tonight, you're going to be looking at a service area master plan for the southwest portion of the city. And so the 2 projects that we have listed there, of course, would be pending approval, and we want to align with the master plan. But since we have a deadline of November 9th here, we need to show you what's happening here and get a little feedback. Waveland Triangle, identified to switch from to clay surfacing. We've got a partner that has raised some money, and then we'd apply for some. Painter Park, there's a master plan that has approval that we would look to request grant money to help implement the master plan. District 4 in Connolly's district, there are 2 projects that align really well with our capital improvement program. Ewaden Park, this would be a really cutting edge, a new type of climbing wall for the youth to use. And Sibley Park, just master plan implementation there, including renovation of athletic fields. Next slide. So you can see we've got the 4 projects that are kind of where they're located in the city. Our intention here tonight, Mimi and I, our intention is we've presented you this list to get some feedback, maybe answer some questions that you have. We need to gain board authority to apply for grants in excess of $50,000. And we anticipate to apply for more than that, even up to $200,000 per site. And so we need your authorization. The applications are due November 9th. And so we've got a kind of a tight timeline here. We hope to go to committee next meeting, board meeting, and then full board on the first meeting in November. So any questions that board members have that Mimi and I can answer, and or any thoughts you have on some of the projects we have listed.
Looks like a few commissioners have questions. Thank you, Mr. Swenson, for that overview, and Director Kolb. Our first hand raised, I think, is Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. Where are we at with our review of park names? Are we going to be getting to changing Sibley Park's name soon?
President Colgill, Commissioner Meyer, that's a good question. I don't know. Adam, do you have any additional information about that you could share, or are you prepared to share?
Yeah. Commissioner Meyer, President Colgill, to be honest, the evaluation of park names and bringing forward potential park name changes from staff, other than those that are working their way through the formal process already, was really just something that got put on hold during this year of 2020. Our goal for Sibley Park, because there was community interest, particularly among youth at Sanford Middle School, is that as we are able to begin the process for the capital improvement there, it offers us a good opportunity to also engage around a name change for that park. So there's a possibility that those things could go forward in parallel. And maybe if it's the desire of the board and the community that the improvements there open back to the public with a new name. But in terms of the overarching review, we've just had too much on our plate this summer to advance that in a significant way.
I think it would be fitting if the improvements came along with a new name, and I hope we can get moving on that. It'd be nice if when we, submit our application, we had a less embarrassing name associated with it. My second question is about Painter Park and the timeline that you have, because you said you need to come to committee in the next cycle, but that's also the next cycle when the Southwest Master Plan would be approved. And there has been a lot of community feedback about Painter Park specifically. So it's really, I'm not sure like how that will end up. So how are you going to do both at the next meeting?
President Kogel, Commissioner Meyer, right, we're not sure exactly how things are going to go later on tonight with Painter or even with Waveland Triangle. And we're not trying to sidestep that process or get ahead of it. I think for us is that we're more interested in getting feedback on, are we looking at projects that the board is interested in? So for example, if we're going to implement if we receive grant money, we're going to implement projects that align with the master plan. So even if if you grant us authority to seek funding to implement things at Painter Park or play courts at Waveland, then they would follow or align with the master plan, whether or not there's some changes made tonight or finally acted on in the 21st. Does that help you, Commissioner Meyer?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Kogel. I'm really pleased to see that we are coordinating with MPS on our capital asks in this regard. As part of the MOU, that was a big goal that we were trying to set, to work together to try to ensure that we weren't causing issues for each other. So I thank you for taking the time to have that conversation with them and move this forward in a way that benefits our constituencies equally. That's great. Thank you. I'm also really pleased to see that a non-traditional sport that really serves the needs of kids that aren't interested in playing team sports can have their needs met as well. That's really great to see. I really appreciated seeing skateboarding get mentioned the past couple of years, and I'm thrilled to see that we are talking about trying to expand the funding for the first of its kind in our system, bouldering wall at Keywade, and it's adjacent to a middle school that really only has a playground and wading pool for little kids. So to have something that really challenges those children in an athletic way is I think going to be a big win for the middle school kids and the folks in the neighborhood as well. So I'm pleased to see that project there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Kogel. Just a couple, I think 3 questions. First question might be for Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, unless Mr. Swenson or Arvinson can speak to it, but I thought there was a funding or a fundraising agreement in the works with, forget the name of Pastor Jim Halber's organization, but for a conversion of Phelps Park into an improved field. And at different points in the conversation, we had mentioned a youth sports grant for that. To Painter Park, the slide, and I'm sorry if I missed it in the presentation, but the slide just said Southwest Master Plan improvements. I'm wondering if there is, and if that's towards the skate park. I've received nothing other than support for that, so I think that could move through. I think that could move through without an issue. And then for Waveland, if it was just written in such a way that it's for a clay court tennis court, and it's either going to be at Waveland or likely Beards Plaisance, I think you could move that forward without any issue too. I think that's maybe just a matter of language, but so really just looking for a response on Painter Park and Phelps.
Yes, President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne. So Phelps is in District 4, Connolly's district. That received funding in 2019 and 2020. That is for athletic field renovations. So we completed the first phase at Phelps this summer, which included the playground, path improvements, and getting ready for the athletic field. And so that design will be finalized this fall, late fall, bid early winter, and construction will occur on really regrading the field, providing positive drainage, improving the field, and adding irrigation. So it's just really a renovation of what's there right now. For those of you who know about Phelps Park, it's just it was graded originally to be flooded, and so the drainage is really poor, and there's not a really good opportunity for us to grow good turf. So we're trying to make some corrections there to be able to grow good turf. But that will be under construction in summer of 2021. There was some talk that Pastor Jim was going to continue to raise money. We have not seen those additional funds, so we're moving forward with the funding that we have in place, and we'll implement some really great field improvements there. Painter Park, right? The idea would be to really put together a proposal, a grant proposal, if that's selected for Commissioner Green's district, District 3. To follow the Southwest Service Area Master Plan. There's a number of things that are going on there, and so we just want to make sure that we would respond to the master plan accordingly. Waveland Triangle, you're right. We have a fundraising agreement with a group that's raising money to go to courts. Really, in Commissioner District or in Commissioner Green's district and Commissioner Conley's district, really, it's not that we'll be applying for both of these. It's really to get some feedback from board members tonight, and we'll come back to you with one project in each of those Hennepin County Commissioner districts.
I think just to
Commissioner Bourne, we can't see you. If you would be able to reorient your camera, just FYI, we can't see you.
Okay.
Thanks.
So just to drill down a little bit on Painter, it sounded as if, and I would be supportive of a Painter project if it prioritized. I know there's a lot of plans in Painter, and I don't see how we're going to implement them all within our budget confines. So I would be interested in supporting a application that specifically addresses the skate park as a priority, given the overall shortage of skate parks across the system, and we can maybe look at other sources for the basketball court improvements or potential tennis court improvements. And that said, if we're only going to support one in Commissioner Green's district, I think I'd be a little more in favor of the clay courts, just given the uniqueness of that and how close that is to being shovel ready and leveraging the other funds that have already been raised.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, President Cogill. I just want to, say thank you to our partners over at the County Commission, and I personally want to recognize and thank former Commissioner Higgins and current Commissioner Fernando for their hard work and diligence. And some of these projects are going to benefit our youth for years to come. And I'm just grateful for this project and for our staff for working diligently on accessing these funds for our kids. So I just want to say thank you to both of our Northside County Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Seeing none. Oh, Commissioner Musich for the second time.
Thank you. I don't know if Commissioner Severson's having issues with his camera, but I can't see him. And the top of Commissioner Bourne's head is not his face. So if folks could just try to make sure that your visuals are working, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Yeah, if commissioners are having issues with their cameras, please let us and staff know so that we can remedy those for future meetings. I appreciate this presentation. I share Commissioner Meyer's sentiments about changing the name of Sibley Park, especially if we are going to be asking for funds for improvements there. And I definitely appreciate the coordination with MPS. So those are my comments at this time. Seeing no other comments from commissioners, we'll move on. We have one more item here.
Thank you.
This evening. Thank you, Director Swenson. And that is a summary of our enterprise concessions for 2020. And looks like we have Director Olson or both of you perhaps, to give us a overview of the enterprise concessions. Turn it over to you both.
You're on mute, Annie.
Good evening, Commissioners, President Cogill. As I wait for Jennifer to bring up the presentation here, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our enterprise concessions program for this 2020 season, a season that we hopefully will never repeat, but we will never forget. I have with me today Shane Stenzel, our manager of permit operations and concessions, and he is going to provide you with an overview of this season. So I will turn it over to Shane.
Thank you, Director Olson and President Cowgill and Commissioners. Next slide, please. So we opened the season somewhat modified under the COVID restrictions. Bread and Pickle opened mid-May and actually closes this weekend. Lola's open in the weekends in May and then throughout the season, and they're open now during the weekends. Sandcastle was a late opening of June 3rd and closed September 13th. Sea Salt opened late May 22nd and closes this weekend. Wheel Fund opened mid-May, and the Watercraft is closed, and I believe the bikes are closing this weekend as well. And I included just the impacts to our largest catering operation, Nicollet Island Pavilion, Mintao Catering, which is a year-round operation. Next slide, please. Some of the challenges from this year, we got a late start due to the executive order. There was a point at the very beginning we didn't know if we were going to open at all. And so we were kind of following the restrictions and the executive order as they went throughout the season. Some of that included requirement for reservations for seating at some of our locations. Other locations were grab and go. We had to close the seating. We had to move some stuff, chairs and that type of thing to conform with that executive order. And then, of course, just the pandemic in general related to just business being slower. People social distancing, not going out as much. And then there was the civil unrest that happened early on in the season and throughout the summer. Most of our concessions had to close in the May or June. Lola's received some vandalism. They had a couple generators that were stolen throughout the season and graffiti. And Bread and Pickle throughout the season had some civil unrest that happened on their patio. So here's kind of an estimated revenue. Year to date through August. September will be coming here in the next week. Last year we did about $1.3 million in revenue from these operations, and this year to date, again through August, we're at about 541,000. We anticipate, based off of how September looked weather-wise and where we're at, we're anticipating around $40,000 to $60,000 added to it. But you can see it's still substantially less than last year. Our biggest hit was sea salt. And
Commissioner French.
You have an echo, Secretary Ringgold.
Here.
Commissioner Forney needs to mute her camera.
What?
No, it was me. I had undone the incorrect mute. Commissioner French.
Here.
President Cogill.
Here.
Vice Chair Forney.
Here.
Chair Meyer.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
That carries. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020?
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
That carries. We will now move on to the public hearing for the Southwest Service Area Master Plan, beginning with a presentation from Colleen Odell.
Thank you, Chair Meyer and Commissioners. I'll wait while Jennifer pulls up that presentation.
Colleen, am I doing the one that says Pat Smith or the one that says Southwest Parks Plan?
Southwest Parks Plan. Okay. Well, welcome Commissioners to the culmination of a 2-year process for the Southwest Service Area Master Plan, or what we like to call Southwest Parks Plan for short. Next. I'll share with you and folks at home a quick overview of the plan itself, the engagement that we've done to date, the process that got us here, and then I'll do a review of the key outcomes of the most recent public comment period, and then turn it over to you for the public hearing. Next. So the Southwest Parks Plan is the 5th and the final of the Park Board's Service Area Master Plans. So with its completion, we will have in place for the first time in the Park Board's 130-year history, plans for all of the neighborhood parks in our system. The vision in these plans is going to guide park investment for the next 20 to 30 years. And it's important to keep in mind that these master plans are at a conceptual level. They indicate generally what features are desired in approximately which locations and at what level. They are not detailed design. Detailed project decisions are engineered later after funding is secured and specific design work can be done. And also we do additional community engagement at that time. Next. This Southwest Parks Plan includes 42 parks south of I-394 and west of I-35W, as well as 1 regional park feature and 6 potential parks which were proposed by the community and then were vetted through the CAC process. This makes it the largest of the 5 service area master plans by number of parks. Next. It also includes 4 park search areas. It looks like 3 on this map, but that's because the ones in the upper right, close to downtown, represent 2, one for a park search area and one for a dog park search area. Next. So I do want to say this plan would not have been possible without the amazing work of 18 appointed community advisory committee members whose dedicated countless hours brought their most thoughtful insights and challenging yet respectful conversations to this project. They engaged in 16 CAC meetings, which is more than any of the service area master plans before them. And they helped with countless of the 170 plus community engagement events, some of which are listed here, which took place over nearly 2 years with this project. Key amongst these amazing volunteers was our CAC chair, Brian Nalesny. Brian, I believe, is on the call. Brian, are you here? If so, can you unmute yourself? Jennifer, could you tell me if Brian Nalesny is on the call?
One second.
While we're waiting to find out if Brian is on, I'll just mention that there were, in addition to these CAC meetings, 5 different work groups, focus groups, and a pretty active multimedia outreach campaign that we did for this project. While we're waiting on Brian, he just wanted to say a few words on behalf of the CAC. You can go ahead and advance to the next slide. Thank you. So the process we followed to create this plan involved multiple stages of visioning, analysis, concept design, and refinement, which you can see here. And community engagement, input, and reaction was baked into every one of these steps from the very beginning all the way up to today's public hearing. I also want to take a little bit of time to thank the tireless lead consultant, SRF Consulting Group, their sub-consultants, MIG and Formula, and in particular, Nikki Schlepp and Joni Giese for their collaborative work through this entire process. SRF Principal Joni Giese is available on this call should you have questions for her later. Next.
Colleen, Brian is on.
Okay. Brian Nalesny, our CAC chair, wanted to say a few words to the planning committee. Go ahead, Brian.
I can't hear him.
Brian, you may be muted.
He doesn't appear to be muted. So.
Is that better?
There
Yes,
you
I
go.
can hear now.
Okay. Bad headphones. I'm sorry. As I said, good evening. My name is Brian Nalesny. I was the chair of the advisory committee that put forward the service area master plan for Southwest Minneapolis. I'm sorry we can't meet in person and that I haven't been able to talk to you about our recommendations before tonight, but I wanted to briefly talk about what we put forward and give a little background. This CAC, as Colleen was in the midst of telling you, did a lot of outreach and engagement. Engagement that I did not always see on other CACs in the past. CAC members brought a variety of experiences from coaching, advocacy, landscape design, other nonprofit work. And every member, no matter what their background, took this task seriously. And in the end, we unanimously supported a balanced and modest plan. That is to say, no one got everything that they wanted. And in the end, we settled for fewer amenities than many communities had sought. So I'll just give you one example, and that's in my neighborhood of East Harriet. We have Kings Highway. We struck a compromise. So within East Harriet, if you are traveling north and south on Bryant Avenue, that is in the city's master plan for is a bikeway in the city's master plan, but it's traveling it is a very dicey proposition on a bike. It's a very narrow street without boulevards. There are commercial nodes every few blocks. There's a lot of multi-unit housing because there had once been a streetcar there. It still carries transit, and there's a lot of parking, on-street parking. It's unlikely that Bryant Avenue will ever be able to accommodate all of those uses and have a protected bikeway. And so just 2 blocks to the west of Bryant is DuPont Avenue, which has the widest right-of-way of the north-south streets in the area. So we met, and staff and I met with some residents that live along DuPont Avenue in the spring of 2019, and we had a compromise. We had started our conversation by talking about having a protected bikeway for the entire length of Kings Highway, that is extending the bikeway on 46th from where the city stops its bikeway at DuPont and continuing over to Lake Harriet to the west, and then running north-south on DuPont from 46th to 36th. There was opposition to an on-the-road bikeway, even though the footprint of the roadway and the bike lane would be similar to what exists now. There was opposition to any loss of parking, even though this area is mostly single-family housing and there are no commercial nodes. But everybody in the process agreed on environmental protection and protecting the canopy. So in the end, we had a compromise. We proposed just having the bikeway on the west side of DuPont Avenue from Roseway Road to 36, so that at least we could connect Lake Harriet with the 36th Street bikeway. Again, not everybody got a little of what they wanted. So I just raised this one example to say that each of the things that we proposed in the master plan has been hashed over, vetted, negotiated, and everybody made compromises. This is not an aspirational plan that needs to be pared back, in my view. It is a balance between what different interests, different communities were asking for, and we, all CAC members, agreed unanimously, all of us from different parts of Southwest. So please support the recommendation of this advisory committee, and taking out any of the proposed amenities precludes future residents from considering whether they can improve their parts. So please leave our recommendation full and intact. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you for your service as our CAC chair too. Going back to our presentation slide here, if you could go to the next one, Jennifer. So I'd like to do a quick review of the comment period, the most recent one, which was from February to August of this year, a lot longer than we normally do because it hit right in the middle of COVID. And so we ended up having to extend this when recreation centers closed. So that is why it was so long. Next. So I send out a great thank you to all the thousands of community members who shared their opinions in multiple ways over the years. And in this last go round of public comment period, we received 1,388 responses from 954 individual people over that period of 170 days. We received them in a variety of ways: online, printed, emails, phone calls, letters. The reason there are fewer commenters than responses is that some people chose to comment more than once. In fact, we had one commenter who submitted 250 surveys. So some people felt very passionate. Next, please. I will say probably the most interesting comment that stood out, well, there were quite a few interesting ones, is one that quite succinctly said, Al Bangura for mayor. Anyway, the process for tabulating public comment, staff, our project team, read each and every commenter's response, all 1,300 of those. Each response was broken into various comments. So someone might write in a response, submit a survey, but have multiple different comments within that. We separated those out so they could each be handled independently. They're then grouped into themes, and those themes are assigned categories based on their impact on the CAC's recommendations in the master plan. Next. So the process for tabulating public comment here, this illustrates two different commenter responses. Imagine the first one is an online survey and the second is an email. That first commenter, that person, individual, made 3 comments. The second also made 3 comments. Next, please. So if we broke those comments apart and sorted them into themes, it's quite possible that those 2 commenters might have made comments in the same thing. For example, they might both have said that they appreciate the existing play amenities, or they might both have said that they had concerns about a proposed dog park. So those pieces of comments go into the same theme, and we keep creating themes as long as there are new themes proposed by the comments that we read. Next. So what do we mean by theme impact? Each of the themes are given an impact. No impact means that the items in that theme support the plan. So there's no change to any of the recommendations that the CAC has made, or it refers to detailed design implementation, which means it's not something that we get into the weeds at this conceptual level. It happens later in detailed engineered design, or oftentimes it's outside of the plan scope. People might have, for example, expressed concerns about homelessness in the parks. That is not something this plan was necessarily going to address. So we take those no scope, outside scope comments and refer them to other departments. Low impact themes mean that we can make changes to the draft plan without changing a CAC recommendation. These are oftentimes spelling and grammar mistakes, and those were made before this final draft document came out to you. High impact are themes that would fundamentally change the plan. They might say something like, you're spending too much money, none of this should be done. That's a high impact theme. And a moderate impact would require a change to what the CAC has recommended, but is something that is we are able to do and to switch out in these plans without impacting the entirety of all 42 parks in the plan. Those moderate impact themes, we have written up amendments for you, and that was attachment, I believe it was F, to this board action. And that is simply to give you a bit of a head start should you decide that you would like to pick up some of those moderate amendments and make actual modifications to the plan. Because our public comment period was so long compared to how it normally is, there's a lot of moderate amendments to work through. So in this presentation, I'm going to point out a few that address topics on which we received some of the most feedback during the public comment period. Next. Okay, these are the statistics of those themes. So of those 1,388 responses that we got, we separated them into over 4,000 comments, individual comments on individual topics. Those were then put into 811 different theme buckets. These are big numbers for these kinds of plans. 206 of those 811 themes reference the service area generally. So it might say something like, I'd like to see more winter activities throughout Southwest. That would be a general theme. 580 of those 811 were no impact themes. So what do we mean by no impact? No impact does not mean that it was not an impactful or an important comment. It only means that it does not directly impact or change a CAC recommendation. So some of those are in support, as I had said earlier, some of them were out of scope. Some of them referred to detailed design implementation later. 28 of those 811 themes led to plan modifications, sometimes spelling corrections. 558 of them were single comment themes, and we point that out because sometimes people say, well, if I didn't have a whole group of folks also submitting my same comment, it'll never get heard, it'll get drowned out. But the truth is, we read and considered every single comment that came in, and over half of the themes actually are single comment themes. So 268 themes, or a full third of the themes, are supportive of some aspect of the plan. Next. Okay, so these are the four main things that have bubbled up in the public comment period that just recently closed in August. And I'd address each of them in turn briefly. So what we call the quad, which are four adjacent parks, Linden Hills, Pershing, Kenny, and Armitage. And the topic at the quad was the balance of fields and diamond spaces. Second is Kings Highway. The topic there is a proposed trail. Third is the Mall Park, the topic there being roads and parking. And fourth is Painter Park, and the topic there being basketball and tennis rather. Next. Okay, let's start with the quad. A critical and an early desire of this CAC was to balance fields and diamonds throughout Southwest. There was a really strong sense that there were not enough fields for the different types of sports that could be played, and some frustration at overlapping amenities and inconsistent wear and inability for overlapping sports to get the space and time that they want for playing in the parks. So Linden Hills, Pershing, Kenny, and Armitage have been grouped in what we call the quad, particularly because they're close, but also they do share programming and staff from time to time. I will point out that this topic of balancing fields and diamonds, we'll put ice in there as well, was by far the most discussed and debated topic during this entire Southwest process. From the beginning, when we formed CAC work groups to explore it through focus groups and even dedicated subcommittee meetings, right up to the very last CAC meeting at number 16 CAC meeting, we were still discussing field and diamond balance. So there's no shortage of passion on this issue. So the CAC and the community members who heard many, many points of view on the layout of these four parks and how it addresses this sense of balance. Most commonly, we heard, and you may hear again later tonight, that there should be a premier or baseball or softball diamond at Pershing Park, so that Southwest high school teams could walk to it. There's also was a request for a pinwheel of diamond layout at Armitage. And I just want to say that the CAC did hear these ideas, did review them publicly, and even collaboratively created, together with members of the public, and argued over 8 different total possible layout combinations for this quad of parks, including a pinwheel, before finally arriving at the compromise solution that you see in this plan, which we believe serves the most. Okay, next. So you may have heard, or you may hear later, that half of ball diamonds are disappearing with this plan. In reality, right now there's 36 diamonds of all shapes and sizes in Southwest. This master plan proposes 22. So there is a reduction of 15, which is about 42%. And I will explain why this has come about. So as with previous plans, thinking of South Service Area Master Plan in particular, we really had heard from a number of community stakeholders that the overlapping diamonds don't work very well because you cannot concurrently play 4 games on those diamonds, and it greatly reduces the amount of field space you have for the variety of field sports that need to use those spaces. In addition, it wears on the outfields and the field space differently. It really impacts the quality of any sports that end up being played in these really dense urban parks. So the typical current arrangement we have is on the left. This is to borrow a graphic from the South Service Area Master Plan. And what we and the CAC had chosen to do is to focus instead on this proposed arrangement on the right, where sometimes 1, sometimes 2 of the diamonds which overlapped and cannot be played concurrently are removed, allowing there to be a much larger multi-use field space to be programmed for other uses. The idea being that quality for all of these diamonds and fields would then be increased. You'd have fewer, but you'd have better. Next, please. So that was the first big response topic. Second is Kings Highway. There's been a lot of collaborative discussion about this plan as well. There was a desire to create a safe off-road multi-use trail connection between Lake Harriet and the city bike infrastructure to the north at 36th. We did a lot of collaborative discussion with stakeholders, even held a design session meeting with community members in a neighbor's living room to try to figure out how to include this critical bike infrastructure connection while not removing the existing parking bays or the traffic lane on Kings Highway, which community members definitely didn't want. Not putting the plan down the middle of the median, which community members definitely didn't want, and while doing our best to try to minimize impacts to existing trees. So through all those discussions, the CACs recommended a design which threads the trail along the west side where the existing sidewalk is located. Next, please. And in sections, we have proposed that it be narrowed where necessary to minimize tree impacts. So looking at this drawing, north is to the right, you'll see a dotted green line which connects to Lake Harriet and then trails along part of Kings Highway. That is the proposed bike trail. You'll also see on here a light blue line. This is Bryant Avenue, which is a city's proposed bike way. That is not an off-road protected bikeway. That is shared road with cars with painted sharrows on it. So it is not necessarily the same level of service for all ages and abilities of bike users. Next. I do want to point out this text that's circled on this page in the plan, which does say to protect tree canopy, the trail in some areas may be narrowed or separated. We may separate bicycle from pedestrian uses for short distances. You may have heard already, or you may hear tonight assertions that 60 trees are coming down if this trail goes in. Actually, looking through the comments, I have seen 50 trees, 59 trees, 60 trees. Part of the reason that number is a little all over the place is no one at this point is actually able to say that with certainty because this is a conceptual plan, as I had pointed out before, not yet detailed design. We can go out, we can walk the space, we can say this might have an impact, this might not, but we also know that at the design level, we have a lot of tools which might allow us to thread a trail of some capacity through that area if the master plan states it as an important desired connection. So let's be clear that it is not the intention of this design to clear cut an enormous swath of trees. It's an attempt at a compromise to thread a path through existing infrastructure, adjusting as needed to respond to the field conditions. And staff has been clear from the very beginning that it would be very difficult to put a trail through here without impacting some trees. But in working with our consultants in early discussions with some forestry staff, which may be different from now, we feel that we in the CAC believe we can put it in that area with limited tree impact. Next, please. I also wanted to point out that this master plan includes a guiding principle under Planning and Design 4.3, work to protect existing mature trees as part of new concept designs and implementation and strive to expand the urban forest. So this, once the plan is passed, is also a guiding principle for all of the plans that are implemented. In addition, you've already adopted the Ecological Systems Plan, which there's a number of recommendations and strategies listed here, which all speak about protecting trees during park development, maintaining and expanding forest canopy, and improving integration with forestry on capital projects and parks. So there's definitely an eye towards tree preservation in complement with installing plan implementation. Next. Before I move on from that, actually, I did want to say the board does have, or this committee has the option to move forward Amendment 15A, which removes this bike connection entirely from Kings Highway plan, should you determine that that's something you want to do. Next is the mall. The CAC recommended design here does convert the west end interior park roads to green and forested space. It retains others in the center of the park and converts others at the east end of the park to flexible wooners. There were some low impact suggestions raised as part of the comment period, and the plan was adjusted so that the trail connection between Midtown Greenway and Hennepin Avenue is shifted south a bit, and the play area is shifted north. Next. So this is that plan. You'll see on the west here, there's a removal of that westbound road and part of the eastbound road. The middle section stays primarily as it is. The right-hand section stays similar to how it is in the road alignment, except it becomes a wooner. Next. There's a section of it. Next. And I'll point out that the purple section on here is the play area, which was shifted north based on comments. Next. So at the mall, the concerns that have been raised are regarding loss of existing free parking and access for vehicles during large events. There's a number of amendments on attachment, I believe it was F, to the clearest of which is 34A to retain the westbound Park Road and parking. But there were also competing amendments to either replace all roads with wooner, remove parking on the wooner, or remove all parking at the mall. So you have some options there that have already been created for you. Next. Lastly is Painter. The CAC had recommended removal of a single tennis court and the addition of a second basketball court. And I wanted to point out why this happened. There was a desire on the CAC level to increase availability of full-size basketball courts in Southwest service area in general. And this was seen primarily as an equity issue. Southwest was lacking in full court basketball compared to much of the rest of the city. And this was an attempt to offer an amenity equal or, complementary to what was offered in the rest of the city. Another point to make is that Park Board has, over the past several years, shifted our focus away from single tennis courts, which is what we have at Painter, more towards banks of tennis courts for tournament and other forms of play. So that is where the recommendation of removing tennis and replacing with a second basketball court at this location came from. You'll have seen that in comments that there are concerns about noise, language, and change in the amenity availability. And there's a number of amendments available to you, the simplest of which is 24A, which eliminates the second basketball, retains the tennis at this location. Next. You'll see here the two tennis courts, north is to the right. The two basketball courts. The existing tennis court is on the left-hand side where this second basketball court is proposed. Next. So that concludes this overview. Thank you, Commissioners. Chair Meyer, I turn it back to you for the public hearing.
Thank you, Colleen. We'll now proceed with the people who are in the room to speak. I will ask all of the speakers to wear your masks and keep them on when you're speaking. If you take them off while you're speaking, it really defeats the point. It's when you're speaking that it's most important. First on our list is Pat Smith. Is Pat Smith there? Secretary Ringel, can you confirm if Pat Smith is there?
Chair Meyer, Pat is at the boardroom mic, and I think you should be able to see him.
Oh, let's see.
It's on the boardroom tile.
Yep, I can see him.
Okay.
Pat, you have 2
I'll
minutes.
begin.
Good evening, Commissioners. I had a presentation slide to show you, and the rest of the couple other guest speakers are going to be using the same slide. If I can get that pulled up as my clock is ticking. I just want to start out saying that I thank the CAC and staff for all their work. I think they did a great job, and Brian is right. We came up with a lot of compromises for a lot of the issues, The one thing that I think is very important for the longevity of baseball and softball in Minneapolis is doing something like a pinwheel in Armitage, and once this comes up. Thank you. I'm not sure how it rearranged the tiles. One of the reasons why I'm passionate about Minneapolis and baseball and softball is because I grew up here. I played SWAC T-ball. There's a picture of me playing SWAC T-ball in Pershing with the original Pershing house back in the 70s. And right now that's where the tennis courts are located. When I started talking to some of my friends in the area, I found out that half of the kids in my son's kindergarten class were playing baseball at St. Louis Park. Some of the kids were playing baseball at Richfield because they had better facilities. And I think it's just a travesty that Richfield and St. Louis Park has better facilities in baseball than Minneapolis, and we're supposed to be the #1 park system in the country. There's a picture here of somebody who was dragging a field at St. Louis Park, and I went and take a picture of him, and I talked to him, and the resident lives in a block away from Pershing, and he's dragging a field at St. Louis Park because that's where his son plays baseball. Do I got any more time, or am I cut off?
Chair Meyer, you're on mute.
Sorry, I said you can do another 30 seconds since it took a little bit to set up your slides, but please wrap it up.
Thanks. I'll try to go as fast as I can. The next slide, please. Minnesota, this is a stat from the Park and Rec Board, where soccer or baseball and softball have twice as many participants than soccer. And the next slide here, ESPN in 2019 came out with a study where between 2013 and 2018, the number of kids playing baseball and softball has grown by 3 million, whereas soccer has declined. And I'm not saying that we're trying to do anything against soccer. We're just trying to advocate for our sports, baseball and softball. And the next slide, please. This is what the CAC recommended, was 4 diamonds at Armitage. And I think everybody would understand nowadays, if you're gonna take a new diamond, new park, that you wouldn't spread out those diamonds in different locations. That's an antiquated system.
Mr. Smith, can you please wrap up? Thank you.
Okay. If you look at the next slide, what we're advocating is a pinwheel design on Armitage, and they have the north half of Armitage be for soccer or field sports only, so they can have a year-round goalpost. Next slide, please. And then the next thing is, why are kids going to Armitage or Richfield, St. Louis Park, and Edina? And these are the parks that we're competing with, and they're all with a pinwheel. And it's because it's easy maintenance. It creates a carnival atmosphere for game nights. And as a planner, I'm a city planner, and we try to create public spaces for people to run into each other. If the fields are all in different areas, the parents don't run into each other. But here, there's a central area where everybody goes to. Easy to make concessions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you so much for your time.
Next, we have Steve Cuddleson. We do have over 60 people who submitted testimony tonight, so please stick to 2 minutes. Mr. Cuddleson, if you're there, please tell us your name and address for the record.
My name is Mike Blumenfeld. I should be on the list as well. We're just switching up the order a little bit to stay consistent with the slides. In light of the time limit, I'll move as fast as I can, and I'll try and respect the 2 minutes. I would like to, with my time, if you can move to the next slide, please. We can keep going again. Talk about the implications of this plan for Southwest High School baseball. The CAC president mentioned that not everybody gets everything they want, but there's something in it for everyone. I understand everybody's got to make concessions, really I'm at a loss for what the Diamond Sports gain is here, specifically on the high school side. I definitely realize the irony of talking about unequal treatment for Southwest Minneapolis. The reality is Southwest has the best high school program and the worst facilities. Ideally, the program would have 3 full-size fields for use for the high school teams. Right now it has 2, and it's been able to limp by and make do with 2, but in this proposal, we're going down to 1. There's a diamond being removed in Linden Hills. There's a diamond being removed in Kenny. And while it can survive with 2, taking it down to 1 is going to squeeze the program to death. I know how late in the game we are. I know how hard Colleen and Adam and the CAC have worked on this. And they're absolutely right. This is a passionate issue, but I would encourage the committee, the staff, everybody to step back and take a look and realize what a haircut this plan really is for Diamond Sports, especially high school baseball, and take a hard look at what can be done to mitigate the damage that's being done. I'm out of time. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfeld. So is Mr. Cutterson there? That was the person.
Actually, this is Steve Kittleson. We changed it up a little bit.
That's okay. Kittleson, excuse me. Mr. Kittleson, if you're comfortable, tell us your name and address, please.
Yep, Steve Kittleson, and I live in the Fulton neighborhood, 5221 Abbott. So I agree with what Mike has said, and I thank the organization, Colleen and Adam, and the rest of the organization for all the work that they've done on this. We are very passionate about this. And while we spent a great deal of time, a lot of months, a lot of effort on it, we're still passionate about it. And the reason why we're passionate about it is because Southwest baseball is a passionate sport. Baseball is growing in Southwest. We are the City League champions, but we frankly are so understaffed when it comes to facilities when we leave Minneapolis. And actually, when we're in Minneapolis, we're still understaffed. We have to go outside of our own district to play baseball in quality fields. We have to go outside the city. We have to go to Neiman if we're in the city, or we have to go north. And it is very important that we consider the legacy that we have in baseball for Southwest baseball and how we can support that going forward. And as Mike has said, we have 2 fields now that barely qualify as high school level baseball fields, and we're going down to 1 in this plan. And that's just unsustainable. So you're taking the best program in the city and you're putting a foot on it. And you're saying you can't do any more, and you're going to have to do more with less. And that's just something that we really are passionate about trying to find a solution for. We have a lot of ideas and a lot of ideas that we've explored, and we want to continue having those conversations if we get the support from the board. Please help us continue this great legacy in Southwest baseball and keep that going with a new foundation of parks.
Thank you, Mr. Kittleson. The last person we have on the list for in-person testimony is Billy Menz. Billy, please state your name and address if you're comfortable.
My name's Billy Menz. I live at 1812 Pierce Street Northeast in Minneapolis. I'm a volunteer for the park board. I'm a school teacher, and I'm not here to necessarily, cry for the facilities that are in Southwest Minneapolis. But I do think that the park board has a responsibility to do the common sense solution and help continue to grow baseball and softball in Minneapolis. The diamonds that they are proposing to have as a pinwheel really does create an atmosphere for community, and it really does create a sustainable atmosphere for public sports in the city. And in case that many of you don't know, public sports are going away nationally. We don't have an opportunity to have public sports because we have private entities that can provide quality, If you reduce these fields, or if you spread them out, it makes for less fields available for the people who want to use them, which is the park board kids. By creating a pinwheel, which I would also advocate come to this part of town as well in the future, it builds community not only in Southwest Minneapolis, but also within the park board baseball programs. So teams from Farview or teams from Botno or teams can go to those facilities and play a game or two and still be in the baseball community of Minneapolis. So what they're proposing is not necessarily only going to benefit Southwest Minneapolis. It's going to benefit the baseball program that the Twins have invested in this city, that you all have invested in this city over the years. And I believe that by taking the common sense solution, the land is there, it's just a different design. Put the pinwheel design, make it so that you can have concessions in the previous presentation. There's all kinds of availability there, and then move forward and build one over here too, because we've got the space for it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Menz. I will now move to the people wishing to testify via the phone. First for that, we have Katie Jones. Katie, are you on the line?
Yes, Katie is. I will click around.
Katie, once you're unmuted, you have 2 minutes, and please tell us your name and address if you're comfortable. Katie, are you unmuted? Sounds like we don't have Katie. Do you have Laura Johansson on the line? We can come back to Katie.
Yes.
Okay. Let's move to Laura Johansson if she is there. Sounds like we don't have Katie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Is this Katie or
Hi,
Laura?
my name is, this is Katie.
Go ahead, Katie, you have 2 minutes.
She's muted, Commissioner Meyer.
Katie, looks like
Hi,
you're
can
muted.
you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, good evening, Chair Meyer and Commissioners. My name is Katie Jones and I live in Lowry Hill East. I am honored to have served as a member of the CAC and would like to address two main things, the process and a couple of particular projects. First, the process was thorough and exhaustive. I've been a member of a couple of public committees, and this one by far had the most active members who pored over data supplied by staff, sought to balance the competing needs for limited space, devised creative solutions, and sought to hold true to MPRB's mission to preserve, protect, maintain, improve, and enhance its natural resources, parkland, and recreational opportunities for current and future generations. We recognize that not everyone is going to get what they wanted from these proposals. There were many competing groups and interests, and in many ways the drafts before you are a great effort in compromise. Compromise between diamonds and fields, and compromise between active and passive uses. I will now speak to two project components, the first one being the mall and the second one being Washburn Fair Oaks. The mall is parkland that is currently not fully serving the park's mission. The drive and parking it provides does not serve MPRB, nor enhance natural resources or recreation per the MPRB's mission. Given the demographics of Uptown, I'll admit that I was in favor of making the space more active with field or volleyball space, but throughout the process and hearing from residents, it was clear that a good compromise would be to make it natural space, taking advantage of the great existing tree canopy. MPRB has recognized that climate change is a major issue facing us, and here's an opportunity to directly lower emissions by reducing vehicle roadway, capture more carbon through additional plantings, and on top of that, enhance stormwater retention capabilities and reduce runoff to our lakes. I urge you to seize this opportunity to take the CAC's recommendation plan for the mall. The only thing that I would potentially flag is the Washburn Fair Oaks plan. For the majority of the process, there was a dog park plan for this park, and in the last meeting when we were needing to move fairly quickly, we had a comment from an older gentleman who wanted the dog park removed. What transpired with the removal of the dog park seemed somewhat rushed. This is the only component of the master plan that I feel uneasy about. I will note that this area is marked as a search area for a dog park, and also note that I'm not a dog owner. Thank you for your attention and for your consideration of these points. These layouts are good recommendations, and I hope you will accept them. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Do we have Laura Johansson now?
Yes.
Laura, you have 2 minutes when you're on the line.
Laura, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
We can.
Fantastic. Thanks, everybody. Good evening, Commissioners, President Coghill. My name's Laura Johansson, and I'm a big supporter of Painter Park and this community. I've lived across from the park for 20 years, raised my kids here, volunteered, coach soccer, ultimate frisbee in our parks, and have collaborated closely with Painter Park staff and Park Board staff over the years, both in my role as community organizer and then executive director of the Lindale Neighborhood Association back in the early 2000s, and more recently as a CAC volunteer. And I'm speaking on behalf of many, many neighbors in both the Lindale and South Upton neighborhoods who have met over the last year, who actually didn't feel like there was space for working with the CAC on a compromise language around the Painter Park proposal. I think people are really supportive of the CAC work and are thankful for that, but are not in agreement with removing the tennis court from that, taking away that amenity. And we have met extensively over the last year, and I want to just call out and appreciate both Commissioner Forney and Commissioner Bourne in trying to come up with a compromise proposal and to vet this amendment. So the Amendment 24A, if you look at that, you'll see that has 126 comments. That's not a league that signed up. Those are all individual households, community neighbors, folks that are supporting the retention of the tennis court and pickleball. One of the things that makes Painter Park so special is because it is a really densely used park. It's one of our smallest parks in the Southwest area, and yet there is a ton of activities that go on there. No one activity dominates. And we want to retain that diversity of use, the richness that makes so many different ages, ethnicities, and people enjoying different activities be able to do that. Back when, just a little history, back when a lot of Southwest parks were taking out full-size basketball courts, we did not support the removal at Painter Park. Instead, we advocated for that. And just as at this time, we do not support the removal of the tennis court and pickleball court. This is our only amenities for seniors. And while we have 2 blocks east of us, we have more basketball courts at Lindale School, and 4 blocks we have the YMCA. We don't have any other tennis courts other than we do south of us. We have a mile away, we have 2 courts. But if you head north, for all the folks that live in Lindale, South Upton, Whittier, Lowry East, or along Lake Street, there's nothing north for 2.5 miles until you get to Loring Park or Kenwood. So again, I want to personally thank the Commissioners Forney and Commissioner Bourne for helping us come up with some compromise language. We think this really reflects the community desire to keep diverse usage at this park. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. I'm being told that we have a delay that people are experiencing, so I'm going to start naming the person next up and the next ones after them. So next up we have Wendy Farrar, and then after Wendy will be Dan Bender and Josh Ortiz. Wendy, please unmute yourself. Tell us your name and address if you're comfortable, and you have 2 minutes. Is Wendy on the line? I should have asked that first.
Yes.
Wendy, are you unmuted?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Wendy, go ahead and tell us your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Wendy Farrar. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I live at 3241 Harriet, right around the corner from Painter Park. I moved in here in 1977, and I can't tell you how many thousands of hours I've spent at the park with my 3 kids and now my 4 grandchildren, picnicking, watching movies, etc. But to the point of today's meeting, when I retired 4 years ago, I discovered pickleball. So along with tennis, it is a great sport for seniors. And it's strenuous, but not exhausting. Oh.
Wendy, did you have more to add?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I did. So my hope is that we keep the tennis and pickleball court and not add a second basketball court. It's a great amenity for seniors. It's, as far as aging in place, a pickleball court would be something that would really make the park not only amenable for youth and families, which is great, but also for all of us, including seniors. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Wendy. Next, we have Dan Bender. Is Dan on the line?
Yes.
All right. After Dan will be Josh Ortiz, and then I believe that's a typo, but Beth Popoliski. Dan, when you hear this, unmute yourself, tell us your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
And encourage them to hit *6, please.
Okay. *6 unmute, Dan.
It looks like the speaker is now out of the waiting room and ready, but just needs to unmute their phone. Dan, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Can you unmute your phone?
Dan, press *6 to unmute. All right, since we're still not hearing from Dan, is Josh Ortiz on the line?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Josh Ortiz. Josh, when you hear this, press *6. Tell us your name and address. 2 minutes.
Are you on, Josh? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. My name is Josh Ortiz, representing the Minnesota Twins and Minnesota Twins Community Fund at One Twins Way in Minneapolis. Thank you this evening, Commissioners, for the time to talk about the Southwest Master Plan. For a number of years, the Twins and Twins Community Fund has enjoyed a wonderful, long, and prosperous partnership with the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board in the delivery and execution of youth baseball and softball citywide. The Twins Community Fund has committed large investments in partnership to operate those programs, and the Park Board Youth Sports Division has done just an amazing job of then operating those. Given the investments and what we're trying to do together in terms of giving kids access and opportunity to play both baseball and softball and bring along all the very important social skills and community time that come with that, we are hoping that within this plan that there is adequate facilities that will come and match the investment that both the Youth Sports Group and the Twins Community Fund are making in our joint effort. And that includes, as an ideal, a pinwheel design, which would create an amazing atmosphere and fields that young kids would be more than proud to play on, and also at a minimum, dedicated premier fields for Southwest high school baseball and softball. So in sum, we love the partnership. We think we're doing great things together. It's our hope that when the commissioners vote on this master plan, that baseball and softball, premier baseball and softball fields are considered very strongly and passed for the next 20 or 30 years to be enjoyed in Southwest. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Josh. Do we have Dan Vander now?
Yes.
Okay. Dan, please unmute yourself. Press *6 to unmute. Dan, are you there? Press *6 to unmute.
Dan left.
Okay. And we will move on to Beth Popoliski. Is Beth on the line?
Yes.
All right. Beth, press *6 to unmute yourself. Tell us your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Beth.
Dan, are you there? Press *6 to unmute.
He's
Sorry.
asking Dan. You want me to wait?
Nope, there's just a delay, so there's some feedback, unfortunately. Okay.
Okay, so should I?
We'll move on to Beth Popoliski. Is Beth on the line?
Beth, you need to turn off your TV.
Yes.
I just did. Wait, I just did.
There you go.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Beth Popoliski, and I live at 38th and Aldrich, and I'm speaking in support of Amendment 15A, which would eliminate the off-road bike path from Kings Highway and retain existing conditions. This bike path would result in removal of 59 trees and significant loss of tree canopy. This has been confirmed and reported to you by the MPRB Forestry Department, and the Forestry Department is on record opposing this project to you as recently as this week. I believe emails were sent to Commissioner Cogill and Meyer. Also, according to your Forestry Preservation Coordinator, who visited the site and considered alternatives, it was his opinion that this project should be removed from the master plan document, and I quote, because a buildable connection that will not significantly impact trees is not achievable, and that the concept creates and the approval of the concept that creates the expectation to construct this connection is not prudent. This project is slated to cost $874,000 for 4 blocks. It seems excessive, especially considering there's a bike path 2 blocks away on Bryant. I understand that is not off-road, but Bryant Avenue is undergoing a redesign right now, and we don't know what that bike path may look like in the future. So an $874,000 redundant project does not seem to be good stewardship of taxpayer dollars. These funds could be better used to address inequities in park services instead of creating redundancies in Southwest Minneapolis. Finally, when I spoke with Park Board and asked if there was data to support this project is necessary, I asked if they had a data of needs, like had there been accidents, reports of close calls, anything like that. The response that I get was the only data they had was there were people who said that they wanted it. The people of our city want to maintain our urban forest for its beauty and for the health benefits that it offers to all of us.
Please have your comments, Beth.
All right, I just want to thank, this has been a long and arduous process. I want to thank the staff and the CAC and the public, especially for their input and their efforts to maintain our beautiful parks. But I really want to underscore that when our forestry department and our forestry preservation people are saying this can't happen, that we need to really listen to that. So thank you very much for your time, and I think that's it.
Thank you, Beth. Next, we have Chris DeRoche. Is Chris on the line?
Yes.
Right.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Oh, that was no delay that time. Great.
Planning Committee members, Chair Meyer. Hi, my name is Chris DeRoche. I live at 4417 Grand Avenue South, and I was a member of the CAC. First, I want to reiterate what staff and other committee members have said and will say, that this plan was the culmination of an 18-month-long community engagement process. I would urge commissioners to consider the work, engagement, compromise, thought, and balance that went into the development of this plan. Most importantly, I want to talk and distinguish between the two phases of input as a part of this project. The first phase is that which informed the park plans that you have in front of you. And the second phase, the open comment period, including this hearing, that informed the potential amendments to that plan. I view these as very different phases of engagement. Both prior and during the CAC process, MPRB staff, CAC members, and CAC members met with people where they were. They were deliberate in reaching communities who have been underrepresented in planning processes. These communities are typically lower wealth, Black, Brown, Indigenous, and immigrant populations. In many cases, these communities rely heavily on the parks as their gathering spaces and their backyards. MPRB planning staff actively sought input from these folks during the planning process and integrated their ideas, dreams into the plan that the CAC ultimately approved. That was phase one. This is juxtaposed on the public comment engagement process, including what we're talking about right now, that informed the comments you are considering. This engagement process required detailed knowledge of the plan, a way to submit those comments, connection to other community members to amplify their voice and opinion, and seemingly most importantly, a connection to Park Board commissioners to lobby to take up those amendments. As a typical public comment period, this engagement process did not go to where people were. It did not meet people in parks or support the solicitation, but was a flat, targeted approach. By moving the amendments today to modify the work informed by the community at large, commissioners must consider who is left out of this process, whose voice was solicited at the park over 2 years ago, and whose voice is being silenced when these amendments are brought together. Thank you for your time, and I would encourage commissioners to improve the plan as it is in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I think part of my internet might have cut out there, so I apologize if I interrupted you.
Oh, no, that's no problem.
Next, we have Stephen Greenfield. Is Stephen on the line?
Yes.
Stephen, please tell us your name and address. And press *6 to unmute, and you have 2 minutes. Stephen, we cannot hear you if you're talking. *6 unmutes. Okay, I'm not hearing Stephen. Stephen, are you there? Do we have Charles? Is that Stephen? Stephen, are you there? Okay, still not hearing Stephen. We have Charles Weed on the line.
No.
How about Ange Petch?
No.
Aria Campbell?
Yes.
Great.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, is this Aria?
It is. Hi, thank you. First, I want to thank everybody for all of their hard work. You know, it's my first time being involved with a CAC. I started this process by being involved in a neighborhood organization for Stevens Square community. And it's just been such an edifying experience. I just wanted to speak to the level of work and thought that was put into our design from the top all the way to the CAC, and we spent numerous hours. I learned a lot about pickleball. I didn't know about that before I started this process. And to be honest, the hardest part in all of this was trying to get connected on my phone and my computer to speak. But I just want to say that my initial interest was just getting a full basketball court in our park and a water fountain. And with that, I've learned a lot about different neighborhoods, and I think we all did as a CAC learn about different neighborhoods and the greater plan. And I just want to remind people that this is a long-term plan, so I know that everybody's impassioned about their individual sports and their communities, as we all should be, but it has been a well-thought plan and intricately designed and thought about, and also be mindful that the design process hasn't happened yet. But I just wanted to thank you guys for the experience. I've really enjoyed it. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank
and I
you.
ask that you support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Aria. Do we have Larry Moran on the line?
Yes, you do.
Larry, star 6 unmute. Please tell us your name and address, and you have 2 minutes. Larry, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, is this Larry?
Yes, it is.
Larry, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Larry Moran, and I live in Kenwood. I was a member of the CAC, and I'll repeat a lot of things that other CAC members have said, but I think it's important for you to hear from many of the members. This was a long and fruitful process, I think, at the end of the day. We spent 18 months together of a diverse group of Minneapolis residents, spending time in meetings, listening to staff, taking field trips to most of the parks in the area. The discussions were wide-ranging, I think thorough. The whole process was passionate, though people were respectful of disagreements. We were able to hear from city residents, both in person and online. Many of them called us at home, and we were able to incorporate some of their opinions into our work. These final recommendations were the result of compromise. You've heard that word a few times. Not everybody on the CAC got everything they wanted. I guess that's probably a good sign of a good compromise. But in the end, we all agreed with the recommendations you're seeing. So after reviewing these and other amendments and hearing from other people, I hope you approve the recommendations as they're presented. One last thing I want to bring up that is tangentially related to this CAC, that I hope after this is all finished and you've got all of your plans for all the parks, that you talk about and publish some sort of commentary on your plans for maintaining the current infrastructure in the park, including and most especially both pedestrian and bike trails in various places and all of the parkways. Many people have used them this summer. I've used them a lot. And I think it would be good to know what your plans are to keep those in good working order. Thanks again for having us, and that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Larry. Do we have Alexander Cotto on the line?
No.
We have Tim Keene on the line.
Yes.
Tim, tell us your name and address if you're comfortable.
Tim Keene. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Tim.
Okay, thank you.
First, Tim Keene, 5336 3rd Avenue South, Minneapolis. And want to thank the Park Board for the work they're putting into this undertaking. I do object to holding such an important public hearing in the midst of a pandemic. I do not understand the rush to complete this process. The awkwardness of the hearing with people participating remotely, and it's just very, very difficult. But in any event, I did wish to speak to my opposition to the Kings Highway Bikeway based upon the lack of necessity. There really isn't a demonstrated need for this bikeway linkage. We have north-south bike traffic with access to the ground rounds and Bryant Avenue on the east and west of this corridor. There really is no supporting information or data that this segment is necessary for public safety. At nearly $1 million, this is an expenditure of funds that really could be deployed elsewhere to many more immediate MPRB facility deficiencies and maintenance needs. And finally, the environmental impacts concern me greatly. Whether it's 60 trees or 6 trees, this is a legacy tree line corridor that is pastoral in nature and creates a quiet green passageway for those that enjoy it. It can be enjoyed by bicycles now. The need for a 10 to 14 foot hard paved corridor is completely unnecessary, and this project is ill-conceived and a waste of money that should be spent better elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. I'm told that Ange Petch was skipped. Is she now on the line? Ange Petch?
I'm not seeing the number in the waiting queue.
Okay. Then we'll move on to Mike Vanderschuren. Is Mike on the line?
Yes.
All right,
yes.
Mike, please. Yep, we can hear you. Please tell us your name and address if you're comfortable, and you have 2 minutes.
Sure. My name is Mike Vanderschuren. I live at 4832 Drew Avenue South in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I want to thank the commissioners and the CAC members for the developing the plans. I'm speaking tonight as an advocate for girls athletics, specifically softball. And I want to say, as a president of 612 Fast Pitch, which was started 5 years ago, that we continue to see a difficulty in securing fields and facilities that are suitable and equitable for our female athletes. And the current configuration in the Southwest Quadrant will do little to alleviate those things and further push some of our families out of Minneapolis, where they're significantly contributing to the culture of the community. So one of the positive things that was proposed earlier tonight by Pat Smith and some of the other folks was a consideration of a reconfiguration of the Armitage facilities into a pinwheel. And I believe with the reduction of fields, that is one amenity that would significantly enhance our position in the city. And the third point, before I get off, is that I'd like to make is this was a pretty robust community engagement, especially, in this niche area of diamonds. But during that period, Southwest High School was without an active athletic director, and the forces that helped, drive these compromises in these facilities was, I believe, like the baseball team was put at a significant disadvantage because the public school, which has a stake in these facilities and how the plans were rolled out, was not present, and therefore their engagement didn't impact the plan. So I think some of the opportunities to do things at, say, Pershing Park for baseball were not fully represented by the people who engaged in the process.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, we're gonna try once again for Ange Petch. The number is 612-578-4327. And she's in the waiting room. Do you see 4327 there?
Yes, I'll let that person in.
Okay, thank you. Ange, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we
you hear me
can. Yep. Please tell us your name and address if you're comfortable, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ange Petch, and I live in Fulton, and I've lived here for 15 years. And I would like to thank the Chairperson Meyer and all the commissioners for listening to us tonight. As some of the other members have mentioned, I was a first-time member in getting involved with the park system and first time being on a CAC. I really just joined the CAC because I'm a big fan of my parks, and I think it's one of the greatest assets we have in Minneapolis. I was not representing any group or organization or really any advocacy. I am going to repeat some points that the other CAC members did talk about. I do feel really proud of the fact that this was a very comprehensive process. It involved a lot of compromise. It was a lot of balance between both what the parks stand for, both park and rec. And I think that there was a view towards trying to make change in the parks for the future. This is a 20-year plan, and we do have to think to the future. And it's not always going to be the same as what we're dealing with today. And specifically, I think that there was a great point that was made that you really need to think about all of the residents in Minneapolis that use these parks. The residents that don't have organizations and don't have big groups that can go and lobby on behalf of whatever sport or activity that they're trying to do. There's a lot of residents that use these parks for outdoor spaces, passive spaces, and a variety of sports, which includes the rec sports. And as part of this process, we did talk to the MPS athletic director, we talked to all the park directors, and we talked to the neighborhood associations. This isn't a perfect plan, but it's a compromise, and it's a good start for building towards the future. And I think that that's what I would hope that all the commissioners would remember, is to remember what works for the majority and not a specific activity, a specific sport, or a specific group. We tried to take all of that into account. As Chris mentioned, in phase 1, all of those folks were there and voiced all of these things that they're bringing up in the open comment period. What we came to was a compromise. And I think that that's what we would hope the commissioners would focus on, is this plan is a compromise, and it's good for the majority of residents in Minneapolis that use and love our parks. And I just want to say thank you. I thank you for being part of this process, and thank you for the work that you guys do every day.
Thank you, Ange. Do we have Nick Brown on the line?
Yes.
All right, Nick, once you're unmuted, tell us your name and address, and you have 2 minutes. And please turn off your television.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So my name is Nick Brown. I live at 4623 Humboldt, and I'm the president of Minneapolis United, which is a youth soccer club that has been providing soccer programming and personal development for Minneapolis's youth soccer players for almost 40 years. We have consistently more than 2,000 players in our competitive and recreation programs every year, and provide roughly $150,000 in scholarships every year. Minneapolis United has attended, I believe, every CAC or subcommittee or focus group meeting during the last 2 years of its existence, and has been an active participant as the CAC has shaped its recommendations for the long-term planning of our parks. I'm not here tonight on behalf of Minneapolis United to ask for more soccer fields. The plan is the plan. Like I said, we were at every meeting. We're active participants, and the Southwest Parks Plan reflects some elements that are enhancing to our programming and some elements that aren't. Rather, the reason I'm here is to ask the Commission to respect and give weight to the process itself. For more than 2 years, the CAC members, alongside the tireless and often thankless efforts of the staff, specifically Colleen, Madeline, and Adam, and I'm sure there are others, have shown genuine determination to get it right as best they could. This master plan reflects those efforts. Obviously, the Planning Commission is well aware of this, right? It's an extraordinary amount of work went into this plan, and it was heartwarming to see our community so passionately engaged and so many voices heard. As a result, we believe at Minneapolis United, the just and appropriate committee action should be to approve this Southwest Parks Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Do we have Josh Catan on the line?
Yes.
All right, Josh, once you're unmuted, please tell us your name and address if you're comfortable, and you have 2 minutes. Josh, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. *6 unmutes.
Okay, I think I'm good now. Yes?
We can hear you now.
All right, perfect. Sorry. My name is Josh Caton, and my address is 112 West 48th Street in Minneapolis. Good evening. Thank you for taking or allowing me to speak. I would like to first express my sincere appreciation for the tremendous work done by Colleen, Adam, Madeline, the MPRB staff, the outside consultants, and the CAC members who worked on this process. Having participated in almost all of the public input meetings, I witnessed the process firsthand, and I have to say the experience restored my faith in the ability of people who come together with a wide range of opinions and do meaningful work on behalf of the entire community. So I really, in a time like this, it made me hopeful for the future. I would like to register my overall support for the proposed master plan, and especially the plan for an increased number of multi-use fields. This is much needed, and as a proponent of soccer, it's very welcomed. In particular, the Kenny Park concept is critical. What is planned at Kenny are multi-use fields meant to accommodate a wide variety of field sports, not just soccer. And the combined number of individuals who participate in field sports is significant. The concept approved by the CAC for Kenny is very important because it provides a much-needed space for field sports to occur beyond their designated season without interfering with diamond sports that may be going on at the same time. Parade, hi, can you still hear me? Hello?
You keep going. Someone else needs to mute themselves.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry. It is very important because it provides a much-needed place for field sports to occur beyond their designated season without interfering with diamond sports activities that may be going on at the same time. Parade right now is the only location of this type currently in existence within the Southwest service area. With that, I hope the board will approve the master plan as submitted. It represents a thoughtful and comprehensive plan for providing residents, both young and old, a variety of outdoor spaces with which they can enjoy for years to come. And thanks again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Josh. I am told that Dan Bender is now back on the line. Do we have Dan?
Yes, he has to unmute himself.
Okay. Dan, once you're unmuted, please tell us your name and address if you're comfortable, and you have 2 minutes. Dan, we cannot hear you if you're talking. *6 unmutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Very good, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to hang in there with me and give me the opportunity to speak with you all this evening. I'd also like to add my voice to those who have elevated and appreciated the work of the CAC and the park board staff. My name is Dan Bender. I live at 3317 Garfield, and I have a wonderful view of Painter Park in action from sunup to sundown. And I appreciate the comments that Laura and Wendy shared about our desire to see the existing tennis ball court maintained and pickleball featured in the future of Painter Park. I also want to just indicate that we feel and are very proud of what Painter Park does to serve so many diverse users and uses as a very small but highly energized park in South Minneapolis. So I think while we've mobilized significantly our comments and our feelings about this particular part of the CAC recommendation, I feel that it would have been the case if we been more mobilized and more involved at the very, very beginning. And I think Painter Park was maybe one of the very first parks to be visited by the CAC and to have the process initiated there. Again, thank you for your hard work. I hope the good faith that we bring with this amendment allows you to see a way that the plan can be further enhanced, and that all users, particularly our seniors and our racquetball and racket sport people, will have a really exciting opportunity at Painter Park as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Do we have Claire Rubeck on the line?
Thank you for your hard work. I hope the good faith that
Hello, this is Claire Rubeck.
We can hear you, Claire. Please tell us your name and address if you're comfortable, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Meyer, President Cowgill, Commissioners. I'm speaking on behalf of Cedar Isles Dean neighborhood, and I want to underscore also our appreciation for the CAC members and the staff and all the other volunteers that have contributed to this product. I think it's a very useful tool. I'm speaking tonight specifically to several neighborhood assets that we've put inquiry on before tonight's comments, but are still remain unresolved. And I don't see them as amendment options in the agenda packet, so that's why I'm bringing it forward. Specifically, Park Sighting Park and Alcott have very large budgets attached to them, but the design concepts don't really seem commensurate to those large budget items. And I'm requesting review and clarification of that. There are 2 parks that are identified as gateway parks, and one of them is in a future transit area on Lake Street. And that budget seems to be understated, and it's indicating that community partners will perhaps help underwrite those design concept improvements. But I think that the full cost of those gateway concepts should be reflected in this plan. And then if community partners come forward to help underwrite that, that's great. But the full cost should be reflected, and that's St. Louis Park. And then lastly, an overarching comment that I think the master plan for all parks, neighborhood parks, would benefit from is to incorporate into the existing amenities description, and then the proposed design concepts is to include an inventory of trees and the value of those trees. That would be in sync with both the city and the park board's initiatives around trees. The tool of iTree could be used to calculate the value of those trees, and forestry should have an active role in that. And I think that's an important missing piece. And I don't think it's lack of effort, or the astounding effort of the CAC members and staff. I think it's just something that we're coming to learn as we've gone through this process, and as we all are coming to terms, I guess, with the benefits that trees actually bring urban areas. And with that, I appreciate the time. And I hope that you will carry this plan forward, but take into account these amendments that are necessary. And I don't think people's comments or suggested amendments are in any way a reflection people thinking that a job was not well done, because it indeed was.
Thank you, Claire. We have Constance Pepin on the line.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, Constance, you have,
Okay.
Tell us your name and address if you're comfortable, and you have 2 minutes.
Thanks. I am speaking today as a board member and co-chair of the Audubon Chapter of Minneapolis Advocacy Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and to the CAC and staff for their hard work. It seems necessary to say this public hearing is a very important part of the community engagement process, and it would be unrealistic to expect that 100% of everything in the plan, such a huge plan covering dozens of parks for 20 or more years, would not be amended. So please, I'm a little concerned about the implication by a number of the CAC members that it's kind of take it all without listening to the people who are kind of suffering through this meeting tonight, trying to be heard. It's not about everyone getting everything they want. It's about all voices being heard. With that said, the Audubon Chapter of Minneapolis supports Amendment 15A. We urge you to eliminate the plan for an off-road multi-use trail along Kings Highway from 36th Street to Roseway Road, which leads to Roberts Bird Sanctuary. Dozens of mature and healthy trees live in this location of the proposed trail, yet the vague design offers no protection, mostly just assurances that the trees would somehow survive during and after construction. It would be both stunning and unwise if the concerns of the Park Board's own forestry department were ignored on this matter. The city itself has said that Bryant Avenue is going to be upgraded. So this trail is really, really redundant. This spring, the city announced that Bryant Avenue, as part of the Transportation Action Plan, quote, all ages and abilities, unquote, bike network, will receive built protection. So to say that the Bryant route is insufficient is just wrong. And people can also reach Lindell Park via the existing Grand Rounds multi-million-dollar network. Spending nearly $1 million, the cost would most certainly increase beyond the current estimate for a redundant bike route would be unnecessary and extravagant, especially given the current budget crises. These funds are needed elsewhere in our parks to reduce disparities, inequities in our system, rather than duplicate amenities in Southwest Minneapolis. One final point I'd like to make is that Audubon Chapter Minneapolis urges you to postpone your vote tonight on this plan. A thorough and accurate assessment needs to be made of the plan's effects on trees and stormwater runoff. Especially during this challenging time of climate change, we need to preserve all healthy, mature trees in the city for the benefit of all species, including humans. But plans for many sites will likely result in fewer trees and more runoff that will be routed to the city's already overwhelmed stormwater infrastructure, both of which harm air quality, water quality, habitat for all animals, and our environment as a whole. There's no reason to drive this plan through the pandemic during this to pass this right now. Please pause this process until people can examine data that provides a fuller picture of the costs and consequences of this plan, including the loss of existing assets and environmental benefits. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have, is Alexander Cotto on the line now? You have Alexander?
Alexander is in the queue, but they need to unmute.
Alexander is *6 unmutes. Once you're unmuted, please tell us your name and address if you're comfortable, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, thanks everyone. Hi, I'm Alexander Cato. I live at 646 Polk Street, Northeast Minneapolis, and I'm representing Twin Cities Bike Polo Club. We have members throughout the Minneapolis area, and just calling today to say that we are thrilled that the Minneapolis Park and Rec Board is continuing to rethink how our great park system can evolve and diversify the amenities it offers in its park. I think for many decades, and even centuries, I think most of our parks in our city have focused on very traditional sports, baseball, basketball, tennis, etc., all great sports. avid player of all of those. But we are thankful that this plan includes multi-use sport courts at several parks, specifically Armitage Park and Clinton Field Park. And just wanted to comment now just to state that, as these parks enter into their respective funding years in the CIP, we hope to work with the future assigned park board project managers and the community to aid in the design and implementation of these facilities. I think the way they're designed in or outlined in the master plan is still at a very high level in terms of a multi-use sport court, and there's a lot of opportunity to further define what that actually is and how that accommodates a variety of sports. But for today, just want to say thank you for thinking of how to provide more diverse sports. There's a growing opportunity to provide these different amenities for different types of sports and activities in our parks. And we're just really thankful that the park board and the CAC have been so receptive and supportive to providing for different meetings. So thank you all so much for the work and effort you all done. That's all.
Thank you, Alexander. Do we have anyone else on the line or anyone else who we missed who came back? We have, so those would have been Stephen Greenfield, Charles Weed.
There is
Anyone
one
else?
more person in the queue, but the number doesn't match. It might be Stephen.
Okay, well, let's let them out of the waiting list and hear from whoever they are.
It would be number ending 1137.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, fantastic.
Please tell us your name and address if you're comfortable, and you have 2 minutes.
Sorry for the problems before. This is Stephen Greenfield, 3429 Girard Avenue South. Thank you to the Park Board and the CAC members. As a neighborhood resident and a board member of the Friends of Roberts Bird Sanctuary in my Park Board District 6, I welcome the attention and extensive work given to the Southwest Parks in this project. I want to comment on 2 points. First, my wife and I regularly walk on what is being called the Loon Lake Trolley Path, so we're delighted that it's included in the master plan and that the intent is to, quote, preserve the remote and naturalized feeling of this park space, unquote. The first version of the plan I had seen included its use for off-road biking, which made no sense for this mere quarter-mile segment, so I'm happy to see that there's no longer mention of that idea. But in the list of design features, there is a reference, number 4, to a, quote, shared use soft surface path, unquote. So we need clarification that this does not mean that mountain bikes will be coming through this path on which people will be walking and enjoying the, quote, quiet strip of parkland, unquote, and the proposed addition of nature play nodes, public art, etc. Finally, if lighting is really found to be necessary for safety considerations, it definitely must be ground level along its entirety as specified in the proposed design. Second, the Friends of Roberts supports the proposed Amendment 15A to eliminate the off-road bike path on Kings Highway. Personally, I first rode my bicycle on Kings Highway going to Lake Harriet and the sanctuary 25 years ago, and then it was indeed a treacherous route. It's steep and the surface is rough and there's not adequate space for both cars and bikes. But that problem was solved when Bryant became a designated bike avenue, and that's for a length much longer than this 3/4 mile stretch we're talking about. It's not perfect, as people have said, but city planner Trey Joyner is quoted as saying, "We'll design a bikeway that allows people to feel comfortable riding on Bryant." In addition to what other speakers have said, the inevitable destruction of trees violates the Minneapolis urban forest policy, which includes preserving trees and, quote, ensuring an urban forest that contributes to the quality of life for our residents and visitors.
Stephen, please wrap up your comments.
Yeah, in any case, in the current budget environment, it's not responsible to spend almost $1 million on this redundant project. Thank you.
All right, and is there anyone else? We had Charles Weed on the list. Is Charles there? can't recall if we heard from Aria Campbell or not. Okay, seeing no one else on the list, we do have 41 written submissions. If there's no objection from other commissioners, I will note those as included in the public testimony, and those can be emailed to you for your review. Are other commissioners okay with proceeding? Not hearing anyone object. All right, then we will close the public hearing. Is there a motion for resolution 2020-310, the resolution approving the Southwest Service Area Master Plan?
So moved.
All right. Is there any discussion or questions or amendments on the plan? President Cogill.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I don't have a hand-raising feature, so I appreciate you looking at my screen there. I wanted to say a couple of things. I want to thank everybody who came out this evening, either via phone or to the park board, or submitted written comments on this plan. It's a large plan. It's very visionary and thinks to the future, and it is an important cornerstone to wrapping up all the work that we've done over the past few years in planning out the neighborhood parks throughout the city. I also just want to thank the CAC members for their diligent work over a long period of time, and the countless hours that staff has taken into thinking about all of the comments that have come in, all the competing interests, addressing each comment. It's a Herculean task, and it's much appreciated. And it's because of all of this work that I think it's really difficult for me to support many amendments. I think the work has been really, really robust. That's become clear, even more clear to me tonight. And so I'd be hard pressed. There have to be some strong arguments for some amendments. But I'm open to hearing them. I did have one that was coming from a CAC member that was mentioned regarding the dog park. And so I will intend to make that amendment motion. But again, hard pressed to make substantial changes, and just want to say thank you again to everybody who's been involved over this long period of time.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. We'll return to you for that motion. Next, Commissioner Vitoc.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I just wanted to say thanks to everyone who took the time to participate in this process. I mean, the numbers of folks who showed up to provide their opinions or their likes and dislikes is just astounding to me. That people were so engaged. Also, I want to thank the CAC members. I've heard from a lot of them. They've reached out to me personally to talk about all of the work they put into the final product. They are all supportive of the final product. They also felt like there was an overwhelming amount of engagement and compromise in the process. I appreciate that. I know that in these types of processes that we won't please everyone, but I feel confident that folks did the best they could do and compromised as much as they could on this process. I am really not a fan of lots of the amendments coming forward tonight because there has been so much work put into them, but I have had folks reach out to me about specific things that are regarding seniors, whom I think are very, very important to our communities, and for them to have opportunities to have space in our parks are super important to me. So I will be supporting some amendments, but not all tonight. And again, thanks to everyone, staff, CAC members, community members who participated in this process. That's it for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Forney.
Commissioner, I can't raise the hand feature. I just wanted you to know. For some reason.
Okay, I didn't realize that. I will come to you after Commissioner Forney.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. And I guess I will just say ditto, ditto, ditto as to everybody's efforts. I spoke with my appointee, CAC appointee, Tony Sturl today, and I think he really nailed it in saying that not everyone's going to get everything that they want here. This is an incredibly robust area. I was just thinking about it that since I graduated from college, I have lived in this entire area and know what how rich it is in amenities. And I don't mean rich for money. I mean the fact that we have the lakes, we've got so many things. The assets are just amazing. So how we spread the wealth, once again, I'm using that, I think has been the challenge, and I appreciate, the CAC members and how they balanced it. And so I would like, if it's possible, to ask a few questions of staff for clarification, and I'm going to kind of go backwards. First of all, there is a transit stop at Lake Street and basically France. And I think I heard one of the people who testified that was in some part of either the plan or in the comments and everything. And I was just wondering, has that been addressed anywhere? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Chair Meyer, Commissioner Forney, I think you're referring to the proposed park at the West Lake bus layover.
Correct.
Which had been called the West Calhoun bus layover, but things have changed in 2 years. And that is addressed towards the end of the plan when we mention the proposed parks.
Okay.
So it is proposed that the park board pursue a potential park there.
Great. Okay. All right. I appreciate that. I support that highly, of course. And just for clarification, it's being eyed by the city for affordable housing. And I think it's something that maybe we can collaborate with, the multi-jurisdictions to make sure that, we can get a park, a plaza, something along with any development that might occur there. See now, I want to address the pinwheel. I really, really, I think the pinwheel is a fantastic concept. What was it, 6 or 7 years ago was the first time I'd heard of it, and I think it's marvelous. But I also respect that the CAC has been so diligent in wanting to balance all of the demands on our fields and courts, diamonds, all of that. And so I do support the way that it is presently being presented. Although, like I say, I think it's a marvelous idea. I just don't see it happening. As I thought, if Lakewood Cemetery or the Minneapolis Club become available for sale and might be interested, maybe we could make that all happen. But there is just such limited space there for such high demand, and I really appreciate how the CAC has balanced that. And so I will not be supporting the pinwheel concept that was raised. The Metro stop I talked about. I'm going to speak to the mall and to Kings Highway. I know that my fellow colleagues support as it is in the plan.
Commissioner Forney,
yes.
I believe the buzzer went off, so we can return to you for a second time after we get there for the first time. Commissioner French.
Thank you, Chairman Meyer. I just wanted to echo what my fellow commissioners were saying, and really thank the CAC members. I've talked to several CAC members in the last few days, and was told how important it was for the original plan to be put in place. There was a lot of disagreement and there's a lot of compromise that was made. I don't know if we need to rehash some of those arguments tonight. I will support this as close to the original look of it as possible, and let's refrain from putting too many amendments. Let's respect the wishes of the CAC. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. At this time, I'll recognize Commissioner Forney for the second time.
Thank you. I just wanted to also indicate that if I heard Colleen indicate that as far as the pinwheel concept at Armitage, I don't believe that it fits there. I mean, that there's enough room for it. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that as far as the mall, Kings Highway, Victory Memorial to me is incredibly unutilized land, but I honor it. I honor that promenade. I honor that boulevard, and I feel that Kings Highway and the mall should be the same. So I'm going to make, first of all, one motion, and that motion is for Amendment 24A to modify painter graphic to eliminate the southern basketball court and instead retain existing tennis court, may require adjusting the skate park size.
All right, there is a motion. Do you want to speak to your motion, Commissioner Forney?
Thank you. Yes, I have been listening to the community adjacent to that, and I feel that they have very compelling support for this amendment, and I would encourage my colleagues to support it. I feel that, you know, it's staying in balance, and from what I understand from staff, that it is not a big modification. So would appreciate people's support of that request.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on the amendment? President Kogel or Commissioner French, whether you're interested, since you can't raise your hand. President Kogel.
Commissioner Meyer, I appreciate Commissioner Forney's reasoning here. I've heard from folks in the area and have consulted with staff as well. It sounds exceedingly reasonable.
All right. I think I personally don't think I'll be voting for this amendment. You know, as people have brought up, the CAC went through quite a bit on that and decided that basketball was needed, and you know, to remove the basketball and put in the tennis court. I don't know. I would need more persuasion on that to override that. Not seeing any other hands raised on that issue. So Secretary, please call the roll on Amendment 24A.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Pass.
President Kogel.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
No.
Commissioner French.
Yes.
You have 4 ayes, 1 nay.
That carries. President Kogel, will return to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I wanted to make a motion for an amendment, which is was mentioned by a CAC member this evening due to the kind of lack of time and process regarding a dog park at Washburn Fair Oaks Park. The motion is 39B, which would modify the Washburn Fair Oaks graphic to add a dog park.
All right. Is there any other discussion on Amendment 39B to add a dog park to Washburn Fair Oaks?
I would just add that I think this is a reasonable option given the demographics of the area, and I have many constituents in the area who feel that additional space that is usable in a park that is otherwise almost completely passive would be a benefit in the future.
All right. Seeing no other hands raised, Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
No.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney. You were on mute.
No.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
3 ayes, 2 nays.
That carries. Are there any other amendments, questions, or discussion? Commissioner Forney, I think, yeah, if it's, you've already spoken twice, but if it's an amendment, we can take another amendment.
I'd like to move an amendment, 15A, modifying Kings Highway graphic to eliminate off-road bike path and instead retain existing conditions.
Commissioner Forney, or Vice Chair Forney, I didn't hear the last part of that.
And instead retain existing conditions.
Yes. So I'm going to speak against this motion. You know, it's really important in order to get people on bikes to be able to have, you know, off-street, fully protected bike lanes. We don't know what's going to happen with Bryant Avenue, but even if we did, it's important to have it here as well. And you know, the CAC discussed this one a fair amount, and they considered some other options. Like if we weren't going to have the off-street one, then we should remove parking to put one on the street. And you know, after all that conclusion, after all that discussion, they chose the off-street trail. And you know, as Colleen was saying at the beginning of this discussion, you know, it's not the case that it would require cutting 60 trees to do that. I think it's an issue that our forestry department said that it was when that wasn't true, but that's definitely not necessary to do. So I would urge commissioners to keep this this off-street trail in the plan. Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Bourne, are you there?
Yep. Thank you, Chair Meyer. So I have a couple of questions just about the history of Kings Highway. It was last repaired in 2017, I think. Could staff talk a little bit about how much that repair project cost, how much new asphalt we would be ripping up before the end of its life to do this project, and then what would a projected time frame for this project be? If it was towards the end of NPP 20, I might not have as many concerns with it, but I don't want to tear up a brand new road in order to do this. Conversely, I would be interested in a protected bike lane idea, something that would cost south of the $800,000 that's projected in this plan. I understand the need and the desire for a protected bike path, but $800,000 in an area that already has some significant capital investment, I just wonder if there might be a better, more timely place to use those funds. So if folks would remind me the cost of the last rebuild in 2017 and a projected timeline for this implementation, that would be great.
Colleen, do you have that information, or perhaps Director Arvidsson or anyone else on the line?
I don't have that exact cost information on hand, but I can get it to you. I think there might be a little confusion when you talked about that work that had been done. That was primarily on the parking bays and the road surface, whereas the trail that's being proposed is going to go where the existing sidewalk is, not on the road surface. So you would not be ripping up the work that had been done on parking bays and road surface.
Colleen, maybe I did read that wrong. I thought that there was somewhat of an expansion. So there's no new seal coat or no new asphalt that's going to be removed. I thought there was some space where it would be.
Not as part of this, the current proposed plan to try to thread something through. The reason it ended up on where the sidewalk is because community definitely didn't want to have it on the road surface.
Right. Okay, thank you, Colleen.
Yep, and then you had asked about time frame. Director Arvidsson can weigh in if I have this incorrect, but I don't believe Kings Highway is on the current CIP. So it would be anywhere from 6 to 30 years out.
Chair Meyer, that's a correct statement from Colleen Odell. Kings Highway is currently considered an undeveloped park in the CIP, which means that it currently, undeveloped parks haven't recently been brought into the CIP. So we don't expect this is a short time frame. However, I do want to reiterate that the costs of improvement that are shown in service area master plans aren't always costs borne by MPRB. We do seek grants for a variety of different trail connections and recreational facilities and such like that as well. So it wouldn't necessarily be borne entirely by the park board.
Thank you, Director Arvidsson. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Bourne?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Forney, did you wish to speak again to the amendment?
Yes. Colleen, can you tell me, I wasn't clear on this configuration. Is this a two-way bike next to a pedestrian path? Is there any separation, or is it three, cross?
Chair Meyer, Commissioner Forney, yes, the vision was to have two-way bike path and pedestrian. Whether or not that's going to fit in that space is something that would be determined in detailed design. It could shrink down to just two-way bike path. It could separate from pedestrian. It would be a site-specific determination.
Thank you for that clarification. I have walked that area and biked that area quite a bit, and I would feel very, very nervous about it being two-way plus a pedestrian pathway. So that discourages me even more. So I would not be supporting this once again. And I'm just gonna, what I wanted to frame is for my next amendment and everything is that I view the mall, I view the Kings Highway as these are promenades, these are boulevards, as Victory Memorial. And, even though I feel it's totally underutilized space and everything, I honor these. These are design aspects that are all over the world. And I would like to keep that integrity of both of those assets, both the mall and the Kings Highway. I understand, yes, we are talking about not weaving it through or interrupting the actual promenade, but I still have concerns that it would disrupt the historic nature of what that promenade or boulevard was put in place.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I'm just going to speak against the amendment for a second time. It's true that there's, this type of design that was historically implemented under a very, car-centric era. But, for both Kings Highway and for the mall, we need to be supporting active uses and moving away from cars in order to meet our climate goals. And, these were compromises. And, if you're going to bring up the amendment you talked about for the mall, I'd like to see an amendment on the mall go in the opposite direction to, fully remove the parking from the entire length of it. But, I was basically willing to accept the compromise that the CAC came to, and I would urge other commissioners to as well. Seeing no other hands raised, Secretary Ringgold, please call the roll on Amendment 15A. which would eliminate the trail on Kings Highway.
Vice President Vita.
No.
Commissioner French.
Pass.
Commissioner, President Cogill.
No.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
No.
Commissioner French.
Yes.
You have 2 ayes, 3 nays.
Thank you. Commissioner Forney.
Yes, I have one more amendment, and that is Amendment 34A to modify the mall graphic to retain westbound Park Road and parking.
All right. Do we have discussion on this? I'm just going to reiterate my own opposition that I alluded to on the previous amendment. This was the compromised version that still retains a lot of parking on in the middle of it and a one earth on the east end to preserve the functionality of a farmer's market and things like that. It's only the west third that gets turned into active uses, and I think that is an important thing to do if we're going to take climate change seriously at all. Like, for us to just keep it as the status quo, I feel would indicate that we're not taking it seriously. So I urge commissioners to follow the compromise that the CAC came up with. Seeing no one else, unless Commissioner Forney wanted to speak again on the amendment.
I just would encourage people that I think that there's a cry for, as staff indicated, there's a generational break here. And, I'm a traditionalist, I guess, from the standpoint from the promenades. And I think that they are an amenity that should be respected. So that's my take on it, and appreciate your support.
All right. I've neglected to write down the amendment number, but Secretary, please call the roll on this proposal.
Vice President Vita.
No.
Commissioner French.
No.
President Cogill.
No.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
No.
You have 1 aye, 4 nays.
That amendment fails. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. On Colleen, there was an amendment prepared for transferring the clay courts from Waveland to Beards Plaisance. Is that right?
Chair Meyer, Commissioner Bourne, I'm scrolling through right now. Let's see. There's a Amendment 40B, which modifies the Waveland Triangle graphic to remove clay courts, which would then retain the existing conditions. But it does not indicate where those clay courts should move to. And part of that is because that's a bigger discussion than could necessarily be determined in an amendment.
Thank you, Colleen. I am not asking for anybody to move anything tonight, but I'd like them to consider a possibility between now and when this comes to the full court, full board. When speaking to the clay court folks, they expressed a willingness to still move forward with the project if it was located at the tennis courts currently at Beards that are also in need of replacement. That would be a minimal impact a minimal impact to zero project, and may also increase usability with regard to a highly visited regional park. I'm sure some of the other citywide commissioners have also, that's another population of folks around a small neighborhood park, very similar to Painter, that that have expressed some similar concerns about a regional type investment going into a small neighborhood park at Waveland. I'm not convinced one way or the other yet, but I just wanted to put it on commissioners' radar as it moves forward to the full board that it won't have any impact on the project. It won't have any impact on the clay court's ability to break ground. It will be replacing a tennis court and already there, and letting the most directly impacted folks to a very tiny neighborhood park have input on their neighborhood park. So those are the things that are going through my head right now on that, but I'll speak to it more at the full board. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne, and I appreciate the advance notice of what subjects we should examine more carefully, and I would urge any other commissioners who are contemplating amendments for the full board to do the same so that we have the opportunity to review. Commissioner French, for the second time to the main motion.
I guess I want to figure out if there's going to be any type of cost to deciding to change that location of the clay courts. And, you know, I want to make sure that the folks who have put a lot of effort and time and energy into making sure that this project is happening have a chance to weigh in. And I just really would like to hear the opinions of the folks who put a lot of time and effort forth before we really make that decision. Commissioner Bourne said he would bring that up at the full board. So that's my big concern right now. This is a project that's been in the making for almost a year and a half. It's one of the first projects I started working on as a commissioner, and I really like, unless it's really necessary, I really would like to keep it where it's at. And so that's kind of what I want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney, you've spoken twice. Did you have another amendment?
I wanted to speak to Commissioner Bourne's comment, which is basically the same as Commissioner French. There is a possibility of jeopardizing the clay court's funding that they have already raised. So that I think is something to take great caution.
We can review that further at the full board. Commissioner Bourne, did you have a second thing to say?
No.
No, okay. I'm going to speak for my first time on the main motion. First about the pinwheel. I like the idea of having a pinwheel. You know, I'm interested in making that happen, but I understand that would mean that we would have to reconfigure not just Armitage, but 4 different parks in order to properly redistribute things, and that the CAC discussed that at length. That's one that I think, you know, I would defer to the district commissioner on that if we want to take up that whole high impact issue. I'm not going to do that on my own. I was happy to see that the amendments for both Kings Highway and the mall were rejected, and I hope they are by the full board. I did want to ask staff about one other issue in regard to Whittier Park. So it says in the description there that the parking lot for Whittier Park remains, with plans to eventually be phased out. And I received emails from people, including former planning commissioner Ryan Conzer, who lives in that area, urging for the parking lot to just be removed right away. So I wanted to ask staff to speak to that one, because my understanding is that Whittier is pretty high up in terms of getting new funding for it on MPP 20. So just want to understand why in the status quo propose keeping it for now, but eliminating eventually instead of just eliminating it now.
Chair Meyer, Commissioners, yes, thank you for asking about that. This was one of those situations where during discussions, we were at an impasse in terms of removing or keeping the parking, and came to a compromise which said, okay, remove parking, but not immediately. That's how that narrative got into the plan. Whittier is up on the CIP to receive significant sums of money. I do not have off the top of my head, but I can look that up for you before full board if you'd like. So that's how we arrived at phase out parking eventually.
And is there a particular thing that it's for now that it's not going to be necessary for later?
I can't answer that right now. I guess my answer is I don't think so.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to propose an amendment of my own, which doesn't have a number, but it would read, modify the Whittier Park narrative and plan to remove the parking lot and direct planning staff to work with stakeholders to determine what amenities will replace it. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, Secretary Ringgold, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
No.
Commissioner French.
Pass.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
No.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
3 ayes, 2 nays.
That carries. Are there any other amendments or discussion? Seeing none, Secretary Ringgold, please call the roll on the main motion.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
That carries. Is there a motion to adjourn?
You can adjourn yourself.
Yes.
That's right. I declare the meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. Returning to the full board, I want to move through this so that we can get those who aren't on committees out of here. We were at the tail end of Director Stenzel's report regarding enterprise concessions. I don't know if Director Stenzel is still with us or can come on back.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And I know that I know I'll let you continue, and then I note that Commissioner Musich will be the first with questions.
Okay. So just in wrapping up with the Bedeh-McCaska 2021 outlook, kind of back up just a little bit. We issued the RFQ. We have a plan for multiple food trucks daily for 2021, and we're exploring options for possible alcohol service with the city of Minneapolis. But some of that depends on where we end up with plans for redesign and construction, what that looks like in the future. So if that's a 3-year process or a 5-year process, we want to be ahead of that. And that's the conclusion of what I had. The last slide is just any questions anybody has.
Thank you, Director Stenzel. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. Dr. Stenzel, with the additional takeaway alcohol services that were offered by both our vendors and restaurants across the city. Did your department or customer service receive a larger volume of complaints about alcohol consumption outside the areas surrounding the concession stands in parks in general this summer?
President Coghill, Commissioner Musich, thank you for that question. It was a stipulation that on the carryout of alcohol that it was in a container, so it could not be in, it was not supposed to be dispensed into any cup or anything like that.
Yep.
And the consumption had to take place off park property.
Right, I understand that was the stipulation that we gave to our vendors, but
Correct.
my observations this summer as a park user observing people using the parks is that people were drinking everywhere all summer long. So I'm wondering if we saw an increased volume of complaints associated with that, or if it's perhaps an indication that we need to be reassessing how we regulate alcohol consumption within the park system.
I think that it's, I did not receive any complaints, but in order to reevaluate, I definitely want to have more discussion on that before we expanded any kind of alcohol options. But no, we did not get any complaints that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you for that context. So for my colleagues, I do believe we may want to address a conversation both amongst ourselves and with the public around the ordinances we have surrounding alcohol consumption. Because people have been drinking everywhere in the parks this summer. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. I know that was part of our ordinance review that got set aside because of the pandemic, but it is something we probably want to think about discussing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Are there any other questions from commissioners? I have a question here regarding the Lola's site, and you mentioned that food trucks are being coordinated through Lola's. Have preliminary conversations been held about how that would work next year, whether or not Lola's would be able to be moving towards a Lola's or associated food trucks be moved towards a full schedule of 7 days a week? Is that happening at this point?
President Colgan, yes, that would be a requirement that we would go 7 days a week with some sort of option out there. However, I will say it would be weather pending. So if it's a complete rainy day, it's hard to get food trucks to show up on those days when it's a complete washout. And it's not like having a building where you can kind of hide inside and you have options. With a food truck, you're exposed to the elements. So when it's really windy and rainy and that type of thing, those types of days, and wind plays a factor down there as well. Even on the sunniest day, if we get 35-mile-an-hour winds off the lake, it's easier in a sheltered facility versus a food truck where you're again exposed to the elements.
And then another question on the exploring alcohol service options at Bede-Makaska. Is that feasible given the requirements around how alcohol needs to be distributed and the fact that we don't have a covering or actual space?
President Cowgill, yes, that is correct. We'd have to look at what the options are, what that means for covered space and seating. Whether that be a temporary type structure that lives there for a season, or a temporary permanent structure that comes in and for a year or two and then goes out and moves to another location. I mean, all that stuff would have to be weighed against cost, and we're not sure that the city would even allow it based off of what the state requirements are to serve alcohol. But that's why we're going to explore it, because we think that could be a key component to having food service down there. That location had alcohol for many years under Tin Fish and Lola's first year. And I think we've got it figured out as far as how to contain it and everything else that goes with the state law. It's just a matter of the seating piece and the covered piece that's the conversation we need to have with the city to understand that a little better, and then understand the cost. And at that point, whether it's worth it or not.
Great. Yeah, I think that that's critical for the next year, and especially I'm sure that Lola's, given how reduced its capacity has been, would welcome that. And I think that, given how other businesses have been able to transition to outdoor seating and such, I'd like to be part of that conversation if we need to work on it with the city, because I think at the crux of the busiest area of the entire park system, it just behooves us to try and make that happen. So I'm glad to hear those conversations are happening, and happy to be supportive of them as well. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Superintendent Bangora, some of my last conversations I had with you about the reconstruction of the concession building at Bede-Makaska, this was pre-COVID, but at that time we had talked about the potential of shovels going in the ground this fall or early next year. I'm hearing some 1 to 5 year terms put out tonight. How, and we're losing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars per year with the right setup here. This has the potential, I think, to match or pass sea salt in terms of revenue for the park board. And right now it's sitting at 0. And next year it'll be sitting at thousands, but maybe not even, I'm hoping tens of thousands, but I'm not super optimistic yet. But when are we rebuilding this burned down building, Superintendent?
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, I know that Superintendent Short is not here at this point. I don't know if we have, I don't have the specific information in front of me right now, in particular to the build of that location. I know that we had a plan put forward on the potential design. I don't have that information. I can get that back to you specifically to what we're doing around the plans for that space. I know that Director Arvidsson or Cliff are on here. They can maybe talk specifically to it, but I can get that specific information for you, Commissioner Bourne.
If somebody can tell me when we're going to be rebuilding, because like I said, I've been telling constituents that there was a high pre-COVID, that there was a high likelihood for getting shovels in the ground this fall. That's very different than 1 to 5 years from now, and it's making me lose some confidence in all of these master plans that we're passing and spending millions upon millions upon millions of dollars on planning things. If it takes us 6 years to rebuild a burned down building, and
Commissioner Bourne, I could answer the question for you.
That would be great if somebody could, President Cogill.
Sure. So the project schedule is, as announced in the RFQ, puts construction and bidding, or the bidding of construction, in the spring of 2022, with full vendor operations starting in the spring of 2023. The difference being between shovels in the ground in this fall would have ended up being, in my understanding from staff, a vendor coming online in the fall of 2022 as opposed to the spring of 2023. And we all know that, a vendor would rather come in online at the beginning of a season as opposed to trying to start up operations at the end of a season. That's my understanding. I don't know if Director Arvidsson has anything else to add to that.
President Cogill, I do not. I was going to quote from the same RFP information that you just provided. So thank you.
And President Cogill, that's what I remember also, but I couldn't have it in front of me, so I couldn't quote it exactly. But that's what I remember also being the same information that was shared through the RFQ. I just didn't have it in front of me, so I wasn't able to articulate that. So I'm glad you stepped in. So thank you.
So President Cogill, I'm hoping that there is some interest and urgency in revisiting this. I mean, if we have an RFQ that's out that is telling people that they're not going to build until more than a year from now, and we're sacrificing a lot of user experience and we're sacrificing a lot of revenue to the park board. And again, it's just, if this was a new plan and it's just amazing to me that it's going to at best take 4 years to build a small building that burned down in a fire that we're sitting on a stack of insurance money for. And that's just amazing to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Just to reiterate the math here, it's not 4 years, but from now. And I would also just highlight that it's been an active site, and the purpose of this particular discussion tonight is exactly what you're talking about, which is ensuring that this very well-used site is active and is bringing in revenue to its fullest extent in the interim period as we move diligently towards getting a new site up and running. We have Commissioner Forney with her hand raised.
Thank you. I would like to reiterate again, the 6th District Commissioner is completely in the dark, and we do have a rule on that. If he's having technical difficulties, I would hope that he could contact our IT, because in transparency, we need to be adhering to our rule. Shane, thank you so much for the report. I will be curious. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember all of the different vendors, shall we say, in our system, but I believe that Mill Valley Kitchen, anyway, seemed to be highly successful. And even though it's not our specific vendor, but I believe that the majority of their work this past season has been largely outside, and you know how they might be comparing with ours, but also just taking into consideration that how important year-round is in the system. I mean, we're going to be having on board soon sous chef, which would be year-round, and whether or not we need to be changing the paradigm. And I'm saying that because here we have an RFP going out, and there was conversation during the whole master planning and everything of actually moving various assets to the northwest corner of the lake. And so I'm just questioning all of it, that, you know, if maybe we can be having this asset on the northwest corner, make that a year round, is that going to have a greater impact on the greater community? So I would hope that we can keep that in mind. And so seeing the numbers eventually of the Lopet and what they might be reporting as far as Mill Kitchen, I think Mill Valley Kitchen, whatever it's called, I think it is going to be a good comparison. So I hope that the way that we're putting things, that we are not making an absolute, that it's going to stay and remain in the northeast corner. I hope that there is some opportunity for us to massage that out in long-term, what's best for the system. Thank you.
Point of information, President Cogill?
We're done with this particular item, I think, Commissioner Bourne.
I'm rising to a point of information, President Cogill.
And I'm not acknowledging it.
That is a, I guess I would appeal the ruling.
Moving into petitions and communications at this time. I'm not acknowledging.
You're not acknowledging a motion that is made in order. A motion to appeal the rule of the chair. You're not going to call for a second.
I'm moving into petitions and communications, and I'm starting with you.
Thank you, President Cogill. To clarify a couple of things that I tried to raise properly as a point of information and was
Turn your visuals on.
Not recognized.
Your visuals.
I have the floor.
Commissioner Forney, please allow the speaker to speak.
Thank you. Two things. President Cogill, you had stated that the math on the 4 years is wrong. I'm hearing that a concessionaire is opening up in 2023. Building burned down last year. That's 4 years from the time it burned down to the point of having a concessionaire in place. To Commissioner Forney's comments, I think Commissioner Forney may be in the dark as to what the rules of the board are. The rules that were passed at the board is that the camera be on while a commissioner is speaking. I'm doing that. I'm sorry that Commissioner Forney is having trouble seeing me, but she may be in the dark as to what the rules of the board are. Thank you, President Colgill.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Our next speaker for petitions and communications here, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Musich. All right.
Sorry,
Moving on.
I'd stepped away to use the restroom.
Go ahead. It's petitions and communications here.
I would like to say thank you. Thank you for letting me know where we're at. I would like to say thank you to the Episcopal Church for their assistance in helping relocate residents of the Nokomis encampment to suitable winter housing. All inhabitants have been moved out of that encampment and it has been cleaned up, and I'm just incredibly thankful for that community's assistance in helping make that happen in a calm and respectful way for everyone. That was really great, so thank you for that. I also just wanted to share how beautiful it's been the past couple weeks to just see people utilizing all of our lawn spaces in the parks to gather with their friends and family and do so in a respectful, socially distanced way. It's been really beautiful to see images that often we see in planning drawings, but not always in real life, happening in real life. It's been just really beautiful. So I give my thanks to all the staff that helped make the system this beautiful gathering space for all of us in this time of coronavirus and civil unrest and like a challenge to be living in the city. It's beautiful to see that the parks are giving people a place to celebrate and recharge. So enjoy the weather, everyone. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan. Come back to him. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, President Colgill. It's good to hear that other parts of Minneapolis have been beautiful these past couple weeks. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that North Minneapolis has not been so beautiful. We lost the life of another young man today, who unfortunately has lost his brother just a year and a half ago before losing his life. It's quite difficult to encourage other politicians that may not represent North Minneapolis or have experience in North Minneapolis to start caring and having some compassion and more conversations around how as a city can come around and support specific areas that are struggling. We most definitely came together and dealt with homelessness in our parks. Whether people think it'd be bad or good, I think it was an effort. There were dollars put towards it. And I will say that I'm waiting for you guys to do the same thing in North Minneapolis. I'm waiting for the same words to be echoed about gun violence and young people in North Minneapolis. I don't know what it's going to take to get folks to understand that funding is going to be really important for our kids and our young people in our community, that jobs are going to be important, that education is important, and that we as a body could be doing more to support the young people in our community on the north side. I sure hope that the values that you instill with yourself and your own communities dealing with them issues, I hope you start thinking about North Minneapolis, because we're struggling and we're losing young people, and we shouldn't be.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a note about point of information. So my understanding, and I've requested that Council Rice review this for me, but my understanding is that you, the chair does not need to recognize a point of information. That's a privilege that the chair can choose to acknowledge or not. An appeal of the chair, though, had there been a second, I do think that the chair would need to acknowledge an appeal of the chair. Just wanted to put what my understanding of Robert's rule is and ask Council Rice to review that for us for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner French.
Thank you, President Cargo. I would like to kind of piggyback a little bit off what Commissioner Severson was talking about. There's been a huge uptick in violence in North Minneapolis. I can't help to think about the fact that a lot of our park services, a lot of our programming has been shut down due to COVID. Yeah, and it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking every day to hear about these young people, you know, whether it be, you know, a car accident or, you know, being shot. It's heartbreaking. I think we need to really pivot back to working with our youth. I think we need to really get back to thinking about our youth, myself included. And Commissioner Severson, whatever help you need, I'm here to give my support behind that. Right? So whatever you need, give me a call. My phone's always available to you, brother. If you need me to show up somewhere, I'll show up. I'll do what I need to do to help you out and help out folks in Minneapolis. Also want to talk about some of the stuff that happened in our homeless encampments. Brackett Park was cleared out about last weekend. There was no front end loaders. There were no cops. It was just people from the community getting folks housing, getting folks where they needed to be, transportation. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was pepper sprayed. I think that's how we do this from now on. We figure out, and shouts out to Michelle Winkie and Michelle and Samantha Denson, because they did an awesome job over there, and they weren't getting paid. They did it out of the kindness and the goodness of their heart. That was community that did that. We need to recognize those ladies for the work that they've done. We need to thank them. We need to be supportive of their type of work. And my heart just goes out to people in the community who came together to make sure these ladies had a safe place to be and a safe place to go. They were running from some horrific things. So I know we got a lot of criticism about the stuff that we did as far as letting people reside in our parks, but I'm gonna say we did the right thing. We did the right thing, right? And we'll take the criticism. And what somebody told me one day, if you're doing the right thing, criticism is gonna come. So we did the right thing. So thank you, Commissioner Cargo.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Cogill. Several things I'd like to note. First of all, right now, as we speak, there is what's called a drawdown that's happening at the St. Anthony Falls, Lock and Dam. It's really, it happens periodically, but it really gives you a perspective of what that area would be like if the Lock and Dam wasn't there, which is a lot of dry land that would flood occasionally. Anyway, so I think it's something that I was down there yesterday, and it was, as one ranger said, it was basically like the Aquatennials. That it was that many people there. Pretty exciting. And I've been very fortunate to be asked to be on the advisory board of the Lake Harriet encampment. It's a group that's calling themselves Project Back Home. You can go online and see what efforts that they are working on. It's very exciting. I'm just really heartened by, as we've all indicated, the community response to our unsheltered population. And as Superintendent Van Gore indicated earlier, this is a group that is trying to actually purchase a property to house that encampment. So kudos to all of you. I appreciate their efforts. And like I say, I hope that all out there who's listening still can support that. I did visit at the very south end of the Upper Harbor Terminal. North Star Adaptive Rowing has put in a launch that is fully accessible. It's very exciting. So there are things that are happening in North Minneapolis that are very positive, and kudos to them for doing that. I also visited the sexual violence memorial. It is very powerful. And I'm also looking forward to hearing what types of, I don't know if programming is the type of thing to say, but it's been wonderful to see the space at the southeast corner of Bede-Makaska and how that has been activated. And I hope that the same thing can happen at that space. And I want to say kudos to Marcy Holmes. I was one of the volunteers that helped them plant over 200 trees and bushes in the Father Hennepin Bluff Park. Quite exciting. That is it's a central park, right smack. I mean, it's right in the middle of our downtown, and it's highly unutilized, and is getting some pretty special attention. Lastly, I said this before, but I want to remind people that People for Parks, Posters for Parks virtual event is happening on the 17th, and I hope all people will participate in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. So first, I just want to say thank you, Commissioner Severson, for sharing your thoughts around support for North Minneapolis. I'm totally supportive of that and welcome any opportunity to share ideas with you on how we create opportunities to stop a lot of the violence going on in North Minneapolis and anywhere in our city through our parks. So I'm ready to have those conversations. I'm ready to support those amendments when the time comes for us to get that done. And then lastly, I would like to say thank you to all the families, especially the young people who called me, who emailed me, who showed up at Park Board headquarters, who called in support of the PV Park encampment being dispersed. It was very hard for so many folks, but I felt like us clearing that park was a first step into those young people healing. It's been a rough summer for everyone in our city, and I think our young people explained to me the best way that they could that was just that PV Park was providing more trauma for them. And that is exactly what I don't want our parks to be doing for young people. So thank you to the park police for making sure that we were able to get that park cleaned out. I know that there were a lot of people who were angry. That's not an easy job to do, but it was something that needed to be done for that community to begin its healing. So again, I want to thank you, Chief Ohado and your team for getting that done on behalf of the young people and the families in that community. That's it for me.
Thank you, Vice President. I'll just say a few words here. First, my heart goes out to the folks who've recently lost their lives on the north side. I know there were the 3 young people who were killed in a car crash associated with fleeing from police, which is really surprising and unfortunate given the fact that I was under the impression that our police weren't pursuing cars anymore. And my heart goes out to Commissioner Severson and all those on the north side who are know folks who are losing their lives to this. Commissioner French, I really appreciate what he's noted this evening regarding the work of folks who have been the permit holders and the supporters of encampments throughout the system. I agree that they all should be recognized and have actually brought that up to staff last week, and I'm hopeful that we can provide some sort of recognition for the folks who have worked so hard to navigate this difficult summer for some of the most vulnerable people that are in our community. I also just want to note that this has been a trying summer for everybody, and our staff have been incredibly nimble and under deep pressure and intense community pressure from many sides to navigate this summer, and it is so appreciated. And I think that in recognizing the folks that have been on the front lines, we also are needing to recognize every single staff person who's been out doing jobs that are a little bit different than what they usually would be doing, and thinking up permitting processes that they'd never thought they were going to have to come up with. All of that work is incredibly welcome, and so I feel a lot of thankfulness for all of that. I lastly just want to say, we're moving into our budgeting season here. This has been a difficult year, as we all keep saying, and I am hopeful that in conversations with commissioners, we can work together to support this entire organization in moving forward collaboratively. There are a lot of competing interests in our system, but we all know that we came here to support young people and support their growth, and we play a critical role in that work in this system, and I know that's the priority of the superintendent, and I know that's the priority of this board. So I look forward to working with commissioners as we move through the end of this year to set ourselves up for a rebuilding year next year. We have a large budget gap, and I think it's going to require all of us to work together to really indicate to staff and to our city that we are together. We are united in working to rebuild our public spaces after a year that has really, in some ways, set us back. And I look forward to working with the superintendent and his leadership on that, and with every single commissioner on that as we end this year. So with that, I will end the regular meeting of the Park Board, and I will hand it over to Chair Vita for the Park Police Governance Operations and Oversight Committee.
Thank you, President Cogill. The time being 9:44 p.m., I would like to call to order the Park Police Governance, Operations, and Oversight Committee. Will the Secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Vita.
Present.
You have a quorum.
I would ask for a motion for approval of the agenda.
Okay.
Was there? I heard a second.
I'm just a little confused. I thought admin and finance was first. Is that?
It's not. We're here.
So we're in the
Park Police. Yes.
Okay. So I thought the vote was on adjourning. I apologize. So I should have said here instead of on.
Okay.
Okay. So I move to approve the agenda.
Will the Secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan, Chair Vita.
Aye. I would ask for a
You have-
motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
I would ask for a motion for approval of the minutes for Wednesday, March 27th, 2019, and Wednesday, May 1st, 2019.
So moved.
Will the secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Aye.
Chair Vita.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
So we have a action item, and I am gonna ask Chief Ohado to begin his presentation, please.
Good evening, Chair Vita and Commissioners. We'll just wait a moment while Deputy Superintendent Ringgold pulls up the presentation. So Commissioners, before you tonight is Resolution 2020-315, and this is the Park Police Uniform Redesign Recommendation. Please advance the slide. So in way of background, Park Police officers have traditionally worn the standard police uniform, either the same or similar to that of Minneapolis police officers. Wearing that uniform has had several important functions. It means the officers are immediately recognizable. The public understands that officers in uniform have formal authority, and consistent uniforms have helped provide seamless service delivery across the park system as well as the city. On June 3rd, 2020, the Board of Commissioners passed Resolution 2020-233, which directed the superintendent to redesign the park police uniform and bring forward a recommendation to the board on or about October 1st, 2020. And that is what we're doing tonight. Please advance the slide. So just in way of recap, 2020-233 directed a uniform redesign to distinguish and differentiate the park police officers from Minneapolis police officers. That resolution further directed the redesign of the uniform to be primarily green in color. It directed the superintendent to engage park police officers and the Police Federation in the redesign process. And then, as was just mentioned, the superintendent was to recommend the redesigned uniform to the Board of Park Commissioners on or about October 1st. Please advance the slide. So to comply with the June resolution, Superintendent Bangora approved a work group to develop the uniform redesign recommendation. That work group was comprised of both park police staff, the Police Officers Federation. We had representatives from the Recreation Division and a community representative who was Dot Bessler from Twin Cities Pride. Shortly, I'm going to ask Sergeant Adam Swerzik, who was the chair of the work group and is also the Park Police Federation director, to walk through the specs of the recommendation. But I also want to acknowledge Park Police officers Calvin Pham, Andy Heinen, and Gabrielle Rolstead, who worked as part of this committee, as well as Yvette Graffia Gray and Tim Great from the Recreation Division. Next slide, please. So Sergeant Swerzik, are you in the boardroom?
I am.
Would you walk through the specs of the recommendation, please?
So it's pretty basic. I actually brought up a sample here. I know the resolution called for primary color of green, And it was difficult to go all green because of the way green matches itself. It doesn't really do a good job unless you have all the same fabric, and it's difficult finding shirts, pants, and vest carriers that's all the exact same fabric. What the work group decided that looks best is this two-tone color where you have a silver tan shirt, and I'm gonna back up here in a minute here and I'll show you something better than what's on the picture here. But silver tan color uniform shirt, and that's available in both short sleeve and long sleeve. And then an olive drab green vest carrier, and olive drab green pants. I'm gonna step back, see if you can see this at all. So it's basically the same styling as the uniform I'm wearing currently, just different colors. So you have a lighter shirt underneath with matching vest carrier and pants in green versus blue. Once we hit the colder weather here, we're gonna obviously need jackets. So again, those would be olive drab green jackets. Both will have a lighter summer weight and a heavier winter weight. That would make the entire uniform the green color from top to bottom.
Thank you, Sergeant Swerzik. And commissioners, as part of your board materials, there's additional documentation that is labeled Attachment A for greater specifications. I mentioned earlier that we had work group members from outside the police department. One of them has stuck through with us this very long board meeting, and that's the Center Director from North Commons, Yvette Graffia-Gray. And I see Yvette's in the meeting, and I just want to give her an opportunity to talk about her experience briefly.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. Once again, I am Yvette Graffia-Gray, the Park Director at North Commons Park. I'm also a resident of the city of Minneapolis. I live near Lake Nokomis, so I have experienced the challenges of living and working in the city that were mentioned earlier. I was happy to serve on the Uniform Redesign Committee. I just have a couple of points that I would like to respectfully submit for consideration. I fully participated in the process. I just had trouble understanding the benefit of a uniform change when the park police will continue to have the same rights and authority and responsibility to respond to calls as the Minneapolis Police Department. Recently, I read an article in the New York Times that was discussing the Minneapolis effect. And it's basically suggesting that the current climate in our city contributed to a crime wave that spread across the nation. So that says to me, like, the decisions that we have an opportunity to make can be quite impactful, not just for staff and volunteers, but potentially cities across the nation. I understand that we want the park police to be distinct, but I'm not sure that the distinction will begin with a uniform change. I think that the Minneapolis Park Police Department can be distinct by building upon what we already do well, and some of which is the things that I mentioned the last time that I had an opportunity to speak with you, and that's building on the positive relationships that we have with staff and families. And, you know, I think that really is a start towards us serving as a model and showcasing the positive relationships that we have, but also that this can be done successfully. So I just wanted to offer that. As I said, I did participate in this process fully with the committee, but I did just have that question about how a uniform change would serve what it is that we're trying to do as a community. So I just want to put those ideas forth, and I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Yvette, and thanks for your service. Could we move to the next slide, please? So this is a cost breakdown of what the uniform replacement would cost for the Park Police Department. It's itemized in attachment B in your background materials. But to replace the uniforms for all sworn Park Police staff would be about $83,000. If this resolution is approved by the Board of Commissioners, the uniform replacement cost will be included in the superintendent's 2021 recommended budget, and implementation would take place by May 1st, 2021. Next slide, please. There are a couple of considerations that I need to bring to the committee's attention. These were brought forth by work group members, and they have expressed concerns over the primarily green uniform color. First, and perhaps almost most importantly, is that green is not a widely worn police uniform color in Minnesota. Officers fear reduced compliance due to confusion by the public when confronted with a green uniform. As you can see in these pictures, the top picture is an animal control agent from the city of Minneapolis, and the recommended uniform is very similar to what the animal control agent wears. Also notably is that green is worn by the United States Border Patrol officers, and Park Police officers fear that a mostly green uniform will cause fear in immigrant communities. I think these are important considerations for this committee to think through when considering to advance this resolution. Next slide, please. The resolution also directed the superintendent to consider squad graphics. The squad graphics for Park Police squad cars were redesigned in 2018. And the purpose of that work was to create a distinctive look from MPD squads. This work at the time was approved by Interim Superintendent Merrill and Board President Bourne. 8 of our 10 squad cars are not due for replacement until 2023, and Superintendent Van Gore recommends no immediate change to the squad graphics. And in the pictures at the bottom of this slide, you can see what the graphics were prior to the change and what they are currently. Next slide, please. That concludes our prepared presentation, and I'm happy to stand for questions. Sergeant Swirzik's here, work group member Yvette Griffia-Gray is here, and Superintendent Van Gore is here. Thank you.
Thank
Chair
you,
Vita,
Chief.
Chair
Is there
Vita,
any discussion?
I can't put my hand up. I just want to know.
Okay, you have questions, Commissioner French, you go right ahead.
I do. Chief Ohado, how often do our officers get new uniforms?
Chair Vita, Commissioner French, our officers receive a yearly uniform allowance, and they are responsible for maintaining and purchasing their uniforms with that uniform allowance. So we don't prescribe.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So we don't prescribe to them when or how many uniforms they need to buy within any given year. Their uniforms need to be in good working condition at all times, and they're responsible for how they choose to spend that yearly uniform allowance.
So every year we're giving officers an allowance to buy uniforms. Would you say officers buy a new uniform every year, or 2 a year, or every other year? How often do you think officers are replacing their uniforms?
So Chair Vita and Commissioner French, uniforms don't wear out all at the same rate. For example, a uniform jacket, which is very expensive, a winter jacket costs somewhere around $500, could likely last an officer, 5 to 7 years. However, a summer short sleeve shirt probably needs to be replaced every year. Officers wear through uniforms at different rates depending on what their assignments are. And there are a lot of variables that go into that. I would say that almost all officers are replacing significant parts of their uniform, especially shirts and trousers every year.
So if they're already replacing uniforms because either wear and tear or just, just whatever, just there's a new style or whatever every year or so anyway. If we just phase the uniform change in to kind of coincide with their allowance that they get for new uniforms every day, how much of impact would that be on the board?
Chair Vita, Commissioner French, that's an interesting question because what you're really proposing is a wear out period of the current uniform as we transition to the new uniform. The problem that I see with a wear out period is that these uniforms are not interchangeable. So if your slacks wear out and you need to buy now the new green slacks, you can't wear that with your powder blue shirt. So the wear out period becomes problematic because the uniforms are not interchangeable. There's also a problem with having people who are doing the same jobs and perhaps working the same assignments with one another, looking very differently in different uniforms. And I think that would cause a great deal of confusion.
I think if we educate the public and let the public know what we're doing, I think if we had a gradual phase in of the new uniforms, I don't think it would be that much of a shock to folks who patronize our parks. I think it's a way to do this. I think it's a way to do this without having such a significant cost put upon the board. I think we've already paid for uniforms every year anyway. Why don't we just pay the new uniforms that officers are buying? You're buying the new uniforms. I don't. And if that's what required, that's what this board requires. I don't understand what the issue would be.
So Chair Vita and Commissioner French, I understand what you're saying. How I would maybe frame it is that a 1-year uniform allowance would not be enough to replace the uniforms you're required to wear for that next subsequent year. And so there would be this mixture of as you replace your current uniform with the new uniform, those uniforms are not interchangeable. And so I think you do run into a problem with calling for a wear out period and replacing it with a uniform that's completely different.
Well, let's not call it a wear out period. Let's call it a phase in period. We're phasing in the new uniform. I think that's a better way to look at it. If we're phasing out the old uniforms and phasing in the new uniforms, that would make it so we don't have to have a substantial cost for this uniform change. That's a way to do it. You want to do it. I don't understand why we have to just buy them all at one time. That doesn't make sense to me. So, thank you, Chair Vita.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I don't suppose there's, a couple of questions. Chief, do you know, or does anybody on this call know where the closest uniformed U.S. Border Patrol agents are stationed to the city of Minneapolis?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Bourne, I would say it would be at the U.S.-Canadian border in northern Minnesota.
My Minnesota geography in terms of miles isn't all that great, but does anybody know how many miles that is away from the city of Minneapolis? I can Google that as well as anybody else, but I know it's hours and hours and hours and hours to drive to get to the Canadian border. So I don't know how much confusion there would be for. I don't know how much confusion there would be where the closest uniformed, the closest similar same family of color uniform is stationed on our northern border. I don't suppose a screen share is possible, but I do have some photos here of Minnesota DNR conservation officers that have a very similar uniform theme to what staff has proposed, and I appreciate the recognition. And I think that would, when we look at things like Fort Snelling State Park, where we have park police officers in close proximity to conservation officers, that would add that benefit of a seamless transition and seamless cooperation, and possibly limit confusion in the areas where state parks and Minneapolis parks share some of the same space. You look at a park police officer in a state park, and you look at one in a city park or a Three Rivers Park District. I think they should all look like park police officers, and park police officers look to me what conservation officers for the Minnesota DNR look like. And Chief, I don't know if you can speak to this, but do you know if there's any confusion or lack of perceived authority with state park users with conservation officers because they're wearing green?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Bourne, I can't speak to that.
Okay, I'd assume probably not. If a cop comes up to you, they're like, we have park agents that get confused as police officers, but I've never really, I'm not aware of any experience with living in Minneapolis my whole life. A cop in any uniform, whether they're state patrol in Burgundy, conservation officers, MPD. I can't think of an experience, but I don't have the same lived experience as everybody else. I can't think of a personal experience I've had where I wonder if this person in this police uniform is a police officer or not. And I agree with Commissioner French's idea about doing this during a wear period. And Chief Ojado, if I was looking at the price list, an officer, and I think you're right, like the entire gear was somewhere around $2,100 per officer, and that's multiple uniforms for multiple types of duty, everything that they would do in a course of a year. I would be very much interested in a phased approach where year one, I think we could buy one, every officer could, I think, outfit themselves for one type of duty and one complete uniform under the new under this price list. They might not be able to afford the bike jacket, so maybe next year we do bike shorts and that kind of stuff to that uniform scheme in a following year. But it seems it looked like that $750 gets everybody in the pair of pants, the vest, and the shirt, or pretty close. So I'm not a member of this committee. Those are my thoughts. I think that this is a good incremental step that if we do it in a phased rollout is cost neutral. We're required to spend that money if an officer asks for it anyway. Thank you, Chair Vita.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Next up, we have Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I believe our officer in the boardroom wanted to comment in response to Commissioner Bourne, if you wanted to recognize him.
Oh, sorry. Sergeant Swarzik, you have a comment or answering Commissioner Bourne's question? Go
Chair
right
Vita,
ahead.
I'd just like to comment to, the number of uniform items that we would need right away. This is what I have to wear every day, no matter what my duty is. I can't just have one pair of pants and one uniform shirt and wear that throughout the course of 5, sometimes 6 days in a row.
Yeah.
Most of you probably are wearing different clothes every single day. I shouldn't be expected to go home and wash my uniform at the end of my 10-hour shift to make sure it's clean for the following day. And I always need to keep a full clean uniform in my locker because I don't know what I'm going to encounter during the course of my shift where I need to change my uniform and put something else on. So buying 1-2 pairs of pants and a couple of shirts and then waiting a year, it doesn't make sense for how we would operate.
Thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak. I'm not on this committee. I appreciate the concern about the similarity to the Border Patrol. Although we are not adjacent to the border, Border Patrol can operate up to 100 miles from the border. There's a great map on the ACLU's website talking about the 100-mile border zone. That does come relatively close to the Twin Cities. So I believe it is something that we should be considering, particularly when you take into consideration the large immigrant community we have in Minneapolis. The potential for some of that population to be undocumented and to then find our officers, them being present in the parks being a barrier for them feeling comfortable using the system. I also don't think I can support a phased approach. As a woman in America, I have very serious concerns about my safety. A uniform that I recognize is something that's going to make me feel comfortable stopping and interacting with an officer. If their pieces of uniform do not match, that would give me the same discomfort and anxiety around interacting with them as an unmarked car pulling me over in an area where there's not other people around and I'm by myself. We need to be consistent in how we present people that we're asking to uphold our ordinances, rules, and laws so that people can have confidence that they are who they say they are and it's not someone impersonating an officer. So I could not support us saying, you know, to our staff to go out into the field in a hodgepodge of different uniform pieces and to expect the public to interact with them in the way that they would currently. Also, the price tag right now is very concerning to me. We're looking at layoffs in this budget. I'm sure we are, based on what we've levied and what our known expenses were in the past year. To dedicate an entire person's salary and benefits to changing a uniform is not an expense that I can support at this time. I would much rather look at how we can better prepare our officers to be able to de-escalate situations that occur in the parks and have them have more time and ability to do the community policing that we know they do very well. So I don't think if this makes it to the full board that I would be able to support it. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Music. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I like the fact that we could possibly have a department that does look a little bit different and maybe does things a little differently from MPD. I've always thought about our 34, 35 sworn officers and how it's small of enough of a department to make some really good change that everyone keeps having conversations about, but yet big enough to where our success could be mimicked in other police departments. But I do also want to trust the expert. I'm not a police officer. I don't have a degree in law enforcement, and I don't understand that field to the degree of our police force. And I most certainly don't want to be like the leader of the president, like our leader, the president of the United States, and just make assumptions on how things should or could be without asking the experts. But I think that also dives into trust. And I think a much larger conversation needs to be had between park commissioners and our police leadership and vice versa. I truly hope at some point we can have a conversation and that some of our officers will reach out to board members and board members can reach out to some officers so we can get a better understanding. I'm very concerned, again, as someone who lives in North Minneapolis, somebody who had 3 vehicles shot up and 41 shots rung out in front of my house with my grandson sitting on the couch 10 feet away from the nearest bullet. As somebody who found a bullet in the wall last month. We don't know exactly where that bullet came from or how long it's been there. There's a much broader conversation that needs to be had, and I hope at some point we can do it, and I hope we can at least start this conversation for the north side. I'm really concerned with Commissioner Meyer's statements. I at times believe that Commissioner Meyer is a phenomenal individual who just doesn't have the cultural competence on the north side. And I think that what I have learned in my elected time is everything that I believe what's best for the north side may not be best for the other parts of the cities, or the city, excuse me, and that partnerships between commissioners and conversations and understanding need to be had. And I just hope at some point that that we will have more broad conversations, because what we do to one part of the city affects the whole city. And statements that are being riled up in Facebook posts and Twitter may have long-term major effects on the people that I represent in the community that I was born and currently live in. So I appreciate you allowing me the time to speak, and I think much more conversation needs to be had about this. Thank you, Chair Vita.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer for the first time.
Thank you. So Chief Ohado, like, can you just clarify, like, what is the minimum amount that you feel that could be spent on the uniforms and still keep them professional and not hodgepodge and still have, you know, the backup? Is it the full $82,000, or could that be reduced?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Meyer, frankly, I think it's the $82,000. I think we need to properly, if we're going to do this, we need to do it completely and we need to do it the right way. I did get a message from Superintendent Bangora saying that they did identify a source for this project in next year's budget that comes from excess fund balance. I'm sure he can comment on that further. But I think it would be, it would not be wise to do this incrementally or in pieces. I think if it's going to be done, the MPRB should replace the uniforms with the design that they've approved, and then officers would use their uniform allowance going forward to maintain those replaced uniforms.
Okay. So as a procedural matter, I would just note for the commissioners who have called for a phase-in, I believe it would need an amendment to the resolution in order to do that, because the resolution as written says that this is that we are supporting this being in the superintendent's recommended budget. I don't have any objection to changing the uniforms, but I balk at the expense, because I think we need to decide first what our park police department is going to be like, if we're going to have one at all. I think that we should reconsider the resolution that President Cogoyle and I put forward this summer to examine the budget impacts of different models. I want to have conversations about what that looks like. I mean, I've had people recommending, we should switch to a steward model, which, would mean that they wouldn't be armed, a number of other different roles. I'm interested in that. I do question whether it makes sense for us to have a completely separate department in the first place. I think there would probably be efficiency gains from consolidating. I'd like to know. That's why I put the resolution forward, so we could gather that information. We don't really have that, but I assume that there would be those type of gains. And I just, when we're looking at the really severe budget crises that we are, I just don't know if it's a good use of the money on something cosmetic. I'm very interested in the more fundamental reform about the roles, possibly eliminating the department altogether. But I don't feel that it's the right time to be working on the uniforms. I mean, if we did decide that we wanted to go with stewards or rangers or something else, then at that point, if there was like a real substantive change, then I think it could be worth the money. But I'm not persuaded that it is right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. So I have so many opinions about this topic. The first one being that, you know, I'm having a hard time with a white commissioner, a white privileged male commissioner suggesting that where the border is matters. I am certain that immigrant families are not teaching their children that these people are 100 miles away or 200 miles away, wherever it is. I've said from the very beginning that I struggle with the green uniform color because they are very similar to Border Patrol. What I know is parents teach their children color. They're not teaching them to read the patches. I mean, we're talking about little kids here as well as kids old enough to read. So I'm really struggling with the fact that a privileged white commissioner would take the time to suggest that we Google map where the border is or how close a Border Patrol officer would be to any one of our parks. Again, I'm sure it's the uniform, it's identifying with the color that parents are having conversations with their kids about. Secondly, the resolution brought forward says that we're gonna make these changes by May 21st, I believe is what it said. There was no talking about phasing in at the time when this thoughtless resolution was even brought forward. There's been no community engagement around this. This is supposed to help communities of color. I'm not sure how when no one's talked to them. No one's asked them what they thought about uniform changes, if uniform changes were gonna be effective. We've had a staff person who works in the community of color say she's questioning if this is even a significant change. Thirdly, everything we're hearing around policing in this country, in the world, no one has said change the uniform color, but what they have said is provide more training. If I'm gonna support $85,000 being used towards anything, it's gonna be training for our officers and not phasing in uniforms where we're confusing folks even more. So we'll have some officers in blue or maybe even blue and green, because if they can't afford a jacket this year, they'll have to wear a green uniform with the blue jacket from last year or whatever it is. It just doesn't make sense to me at all. We're gonna vote for resolutions like this, we have to be willing to pay the price. And we don't have the money to do so. And again, I don't see where this is gonna change anything. Park police are park police. What we need to be working on is adequate training, building relationships with community. I've never had somebody walk up to me and say, change the park police uniforms. That is gonna be awesome. What I have had people say is, can you work on something so the park police can't pull up on the grass? Let's work on that, commissioners. Let's work on what people are actually saying they wanna see done around park policing, and not, the first thing is always, let's just get rid of them. The second thing is, let's change them into Border Patrol officer uniforms or park rangers. I mean, just this is just ridiculous to me, all in all, because we haven't had conversations with community. We had a park police community advisory committee. None of this stuff was brought up with that group, who was working on some options for moving forward with park police. I could never support this. This is nothing we should even be having a conversation about right now at all. Like in these times, there are other things we can be working on, and this isn't it for me. Is there any further discussion?
I've had my hand up, Commissioner, for a second.
Commissioner Bourne, you're not on this committee. I was gracious enough to let you and other commissioners speak for a first time. So I'm gonna ask you to lower your hand, please, so we can move forward with voting on the resolution.
That is very well within your right to stifle my voice, Commissioner Vita.
You are very correct, Commissioner Bourne. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Vita, you're on mute.
Will someone on the committee please read Resolution 2023-15? Okay, I guess I'll do it myself. I'd like to move Resolution 2023-15, a resolution approving the recommended redesign of park police uniforms. Will the secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner Severson,
Abstain.
Commissioner Meyer,
No.
Commissioner French,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Aye.
Chair Vita.
No.
You have 2 ayes, 2 nays, 1 abstain.
The motion fails. The resolution fails. I would like to end the Park Police Governance Operations and Oversight Committee.
I'd like to convene the Administration and Finance Committee here at 10:26. Would the secretary please call the roll? Or excuse me. Yes, that's right.
Vice President Vita,
Present.
Commissioner Musich,
Present.
Commissioner French,
Here.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Here.
Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
The secretary please call the roll.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan.
Aye.
1 second, I'm not certain that I saw your Vice Chair Hassan.
Can you see me now?
Yep, got it.
Aye. I'm here.
Chair Forney,
Aye.
you have 5 ayes.
I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, September
16th.
2020.
So moved.
So move.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Take a motion to move Resolution 2020-311. If somebody would read that, please.
I'll move Resolution 2020-311, a resolution granting temporary construction easements to Hennepin County and Metropolitan Council for highway safety improvement projects adjacent to PV Park.
Great. Are we in need of a presentation about this? Is it pretty clear cut for people? We're not seeing any hands raised. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Great. Let's move resolution.
I'll move Resolution 2020-312, a resolution approving a new lease agreement with the Minneapolis Parks Foundation for office space on the 2nd floor of the Longfellow House within Minnehaha Regional Park for the period of January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021, with 2 one-year extensions at the rate of $980 per month for the first term.
Any need for any discussion on this or presentation? I'm not seeing any hands raised. The secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Motion on the next resolution?
I'll move Resolution 2020-313, a resolution approving a lease agreement with St. Anthony Real Estate Company leasing commercial space at 3101 Pacific Street North, Unit 300A, located within Above the Falls Regional Park for a 1-year term at the rate of $142.50 per month, commencing December 1st, 2020.
Any discussion or need for presentation on this? Not seeing any hands raised. The secretary, would you please call the roll?
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Our last resolution, somebody move.
I'll move Resolution 2020-314, a resolution approving a 5-year contract with the City of Minneapolis Fire Department for fire protection services to be performed at Fort Snelling State Park and the upper post of Fort Snelling State Park properties owned or operated by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board.
Any presentations or questions on this? Not seeing any hands raised. Secretary, would you please call the roll? We'll make this a 5-minute meeting.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
I am adjourning the meeting.